4, relief. Wherever you're hurting, in 3 weeks or even days, Relief Factor can give you a chance to rediscover the true meaning of living better again. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Subaru of Gwinnett. You'll love the difference. The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. We are almost Friday. Thursday being the new Friday, it's going to be glorious. And, we keep winning. There's lots of wins, except the Braves. They lost.
That did happen, 4-3 last night.
Sucks.
Did you stay up for that one?
Yeah.
I did too.
Yep. I'm dragging a little bit this morning, but it's Thursday, so I'm going to power through, and I got this old Monster Energy, and I got my free bird.
Well, there you go.
What more do I need?
You're all set then, apparently.
And you got your drunken noodles finally.
I went and grabbed myself some drunken noodles. I am happy right now. It's Thai hot in my mouth. Ah, yes.
He said some people would call Thai hot crazy. I call it great. Give me more.
This is what I needed.
That's right.
Last night and this morning, I was like, oh, yes.
So you had it last night, and this is the reheat?
This is the reheat, yeah.
I'm
having to eat out of whatever I can get a hold of right now until Saturday.
Everything's settled. Yeah, this guy's living out of boxes over here.
I am. In fact, okay, I'm going to say this about my attire. So I put aside like 3 pairs of golf shorts and a couple pairs of pants to wear generally to anywhere. Closings, work, any sort of social function. We've gone through the golf shorts already. So I am now fully into just gym wear. And the only reason why no one's judging this is if they understand that you're moving. They're just like, wow.
I'd never judge it either way, man. It wouldn't matter to me one way or another. But I like those the shorts you're wearing because they're army green, dude. I love army green. That's like my favorite, maybe my favorite color.
They were so comfortable when I put them on this morning. I went, all right.
I'll take it.
Can't lose today. Who's winning?
That's right.
All right.
The American people are winning.
Lots of winning.
Buddy.
Get used to all the winning.
Trump said he was going to test you. He said he's going to try to make you tired of winning. I mean, he's failing on me because I'm a fan of winning.
So I have a friend of mine, her and her husband, our daughters play volleyball. And so it's one of those where I can text either one of them. I can call up either one of them and just have a conversation about what's going on, whether it's the club or the high school or what the girls are planning on doing. Like that's a pretty regular thing for us. And I was speaking with the wife, and she was talking about with her job. She's like, do you see what's going on in these financial markets?
Yep.
And I was like, yes, of course. And she's like, well, I think that might be causing, a little bit of panic, a little bit of concern moving forward because they are currently between homes. Mm-hmm. They're renting a home because they already sold their home, and then they're going to be moving into another home.
Right.
And I told her, there's a plan here. Watch how this plays out. So by 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, as I'm sending the text saying, look at what's happening here.
Yeah.
Now, again, the market is not Main Street, but there is an association between the two of how people perceive what's going on.
Sure.
If things are going on well in the market, they tend to feel more comfortable spending and living life as they intend to do so.
Yeah, normally.
This was, again, another one of those situations where we watched MSNBC and we're told all morning, this tariff policy, look what's happening. Oh, my God, look what's going on with China and the United States. By the afternoon, we're just sitting back going, there's another W.
Just chalk one up for the home team.
That's all we watched yesterday.
That's exactly right, man. Same here.
Hours of that stuff. We had it on in the studio, and it was hours of the sky is falling, Chicken Little, here it goes.
That's exactly right. I used that analogy yesterday, and it went on.
Now it's Trump's tariff walk back.
Yeah, right.
Sparks historic market rally. What did we talk about between the Mexicans and the snow Mexicans? We said tariffs were a negotiation. Then what happened? Mexico capitulated, bent over backwards. So did the Canadians. When this broke worldwide, what happened? 70 countries called up to renegotiate tariffs. This was always about a negotiation of reestablishing the world markets. And oh, by the way, you've now isolated the Chinese. They're the ones that are stuck out there.
Completely. And we'll play a little later in the show when Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank fame, but I mean, obviously incredible businessman prior to that. He was like, I want 400% tariffs on the Chinese. And I was like, so do I. Because this was always about breaking the Chinese. Every bit of it.
If I was doing the whole, hey, I'm a MAGA Republican, I wear my MAGA hat every day, and this is what I'm all about, I would probably be sitting back telling you, it's like, oh man, this is some great scheme of Donald Trump. What I will tell you is I talked about tariffs from day one of the administration, that they're a negotiation, they're a tactic. It's almost, in a very simple way, it's almost like I'm putting my gun on the table and just letting you know, hey, we're going to discuss things moving forward, but just so you know, this is here.
Like the wild.
That's all that is. This is here. If I need it, I'll use it.
It's like the Wild Wild West, man. Everybody wore their gun on their outside. Everybody knew what everybody had.
Here's my negotiation
tactic.
That's exactly
right, man. 100%.
That's what it's been. And to see the left blow up and get so upset. I had a moment last night where we had taken the video where I had talked about protecting your marketplace and how you have Germany that protects their own marketplace, that they'll send as many Mercedes over here as possible.
I saw this exchange.
Yet they'll do this with Ford. Let me give you a little bit of a data on here. You have Ford, who has sold as many as 290,000 vehicles in Germany. Now, it was down the last time we took count. It was about 115,000 to a country of 83 million. We routinely sell 300,000 Mercedes to a country of 330 million. Do you realize how important that 300,000 is for 330 million, and how many Fords we sell? When we used to sell 290,000 to 83 million?
Yeah,
this is the whole idea of making it fair between the two. And so if you just do the math, because the left's retort was, well, they don't want any more Fords. Yeah, right. Everybody wants a Ford, baby.
Because you can afford a Ford.
Yes.
Goodness gracious.
But that's emotion. That's seeing them so upset at the markets, and everything they've clung to has been thrown back in their face and shown to be false. That it's just wrong. I mean, these people were with a straight face telling me about egg prices. Okay? Now that egg prices fell apart, fuel prices have fallen apart, inflation has fallen apart. Then we get down to tariffs, and their tariff game has fallen apart.
You see in front of the House of Representatives, U.S. trade representatives were on the House floor, and you saw the Democrat from Nevada, I believe. Let me
he's from Nevada.
Yeah.
He was so upset.
It's like Stephen Horsford.
Sir, Horsford. And Stephen Horsford spent yesterday upset that
when did you know
that the tariff policy had worked so well that Donald Trump had announced, hey, if you called to negotiate, we'll give you 90 days and we'll figure it out. We'll hold them off for 90 days. And we'll go from here. The rest of y'all are dealing with this. And that had the markets explode.
Right. Well, biggest single day leap since like the .com era.
Yes, it was 20 plus years that we saw a market jump that hard, that fast.
But to see him just lose his ass the way he did. When did you know? Why didn't you bring that into your opening statement?
Should have told me.
You should have told me. He's like, I'm not in the habit of telling the plans of the President of the United States of America in front of the world. That's not my place, sir. And it was just funny. Well, that and just the people that were screaming. We'll play a little audio a little later of Chuck Schumer talking about the Trump slump. And, man, did he look stupid so very, very shortly after.
This is the nature of when you're reacting on a daily basis. Now, I get it. You're trying to create that soundbite for your constituency, for your people watching MSNBC. But what happens, markets can move so quickly that you're busy sitting back talking about what's going on, and then suddenly you have a skyrocketing jump you haven't seen in 20 years, and you're looking around going, what did I just say? I mean, this is a man who actually got in front of the American people and showed them and talked about Corona beer and what was going to happen with how much your Corona was going to cost. And talked about, what else did he have? He had avocados. And he's sitting there as an old man talking about avocado. Here's how much your avocados are going to. And meanwhile, within 20 minutes of him yapping about this, the entire Mexican economy went, yeah, we can't afford this. Capitulate.
immediately. And 75 other countries, they say, have done the exact same thing. It even grew yesterday. But the nutty thing, if it's all nutty, but the most nutty thing is that years ago, these same people bragged about how tariffs would work. Nancy Pelosi in the 90s was talking about, well, we need to protect our workers with tariffs, and was mad that no one was doing it. Chuck Schumer, there's plenty of audio. There's so many Democrats out there that said the exact same thing. And to their credit, they were right. Then what's happened? How did they lose their way so badly? And it all comes down to, I hate Trump enough that I will willingly give away what I believe to be true just to go against him.
Trump is a symptom of what that disease is. The disease is that they enrich themselves based on what was going on within these companies. Yes. For instance, we can go back 30 years ago. H. Ross Perot got up on stage at a debate and explained what NAFTA was going to do.
He was between Clinton and Bush, right?
He basically made the point. When you have your jobs head to Mexico for at a time, like, and it was an extreme example, but he brought up, the $15 an hour working job versus what they're going to get is $1 with no health care and no benefits and no retirement or any of those incentives. And that what will happen is that then those goods will then be created and sent to us without any sort of tariff at all. And so this only took 30 years to watch all the jobs. I mean, it took even shorter than that. It was like 5-10 years to watch those jobs all move on to China and Mexico. We are putting in policy, this administration, to correct those wrongs because these are not career politicians. These are system disruptors.
Which is what we voted for, which is what we need. We want Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi to be acting the way they are.
I want them sweating it out.
I want them scared to death. I want them to be horrified that their political future and their financial futures are on shaky ground.
What I'm enjoying is that as we have now seen these protests and we've seen the leadership within the Democrat Party, if there's somebody who's sub 50 in the Democrat Party, they're coming across as asinine. Like AOC wouldn't know the difference between a hole in the floor or a hole in her body. Okay, like what is this? Jasmine Crockett can't stay off the mic and can't stop calling people slaves. Okay, like it just
or advocating for it.
It just doesn't work. So what are they left to have? Their baby boomer generation that is looking older and slower as they go. Like this party is circling the drain in terms of who's going to lead it, who's going to be the face, who's going to be the representative. They firmly believe the Obamas did, that it was going to be Kamala Harris back when they tried to push that in 2015, 2016. She's, you know what? She's the black female Barack Obama, except nobody likes her. Okay, so
I'm not sure anybody likes him either.
Where are you going?
Anymore.
Like, that's another thing. Have you seen Michelle Obama's podcast numbers?
Yes, through the floor.
Good Lord. Can you create less compelling audio and infotainment?
But it just shows you that you have to be compelling with the things you're talking about.
Yes.
Your fame only goes so far. Your fame will get there to begin with.
It'll get to the curiosity factor.
And then the content, if it's crap, like it is, people drift away immediately because there's nothing there.
Well, what happens, and society has sped up on this. You find out pretty quickly, do you have a big bag of nothing? Like we've joked around about, there's been maybe 2 employees in the 15-year history I've been at this radio station where it took me a few weeks to go, that dude has a big bag of nothing. And he just rolls around the office pulling that bag, and you're like, what's in that bag?
Nothing.
Okay? It doesn't take long now for people to recognize there's a big bag of nothing.
Yeah.
Right? What are you getting out of this?
And
nothing.
They found it with Michelle Obama and her brother. Good Lord. Yeah, it has slithered down to nothing.
It would be so much better of a podcast if she was to address Am I a Man?
Dude,
who would set records.
Huge. Are me and Barack getting divorced?
Yes. Okay, now we've got content.
Are the children actually mine?
Yes. Here are pictures of me pregnant. Wow, we've got real content. In fact, I'm going to go check that out. And then I'd like for you to interview other people that are newsmakers. All right, I've got a podcast I'm listening to. I don't want to hear stories about how you and your brother grew up. I don't care.
Yeah, well, there's nothing compelling about it. There's nothing interesting about it.
It's like, are you trying to establish that you're a regular dude like me? Because I do believe you're kind of a regular dude like me. A little bit, you know. Like, I'm telling you, after COVID, I'll believe just about anything.
Well, at least you got to prove to me otherwise.
Yes.
Like the burden of proof is on you.
The burden of proof is on you. The anus is on you to prove that one.
Onus?
The onus?
Anus? Where's Neil? So you're good, Jeray. You're good. Because Jeray's got those on a hot key because when we brought that up to Neil Bortz, we threw him such a curveball when we said the anus is on you, which is an old joke from Los's days.
Way back about 20 years ago.
20 years ago in Texas sports radio. Just super, super funny. But it is. The anus is on her.
The anus is on all of us, in fact. But these are great times. This is a lot of fun, and I think if you want to kind of weatherize yourself against the Trump era, and this goes on both sides, do not get caught up in the daily. It's like there's a long term. This man was given 4 years to plan. Okay, he's one of the biggest real estate moguls in the entire world. What is going on is not happenstance.
No.
This is part of the plan. And the left wants to do the whole, he fell into it. This was all in error.
Right.
He decided to capitulate. He decided he was going to pull the tariffs.
And yet he's still, even if that's the case.
The problem is, Tug, he did the same thing to the Canadians and to the Mexicans like a month ago. It's the same game plan. It's the same. And they're acting like this is new or like, what is this?
But even if they're right, and I don't believe that they are, but even if they're right, he's still winning.
Then he still won. Okay.
He's still freaking winning.
Let me ask you this. If I guess on a pitch in baseball and I hit it out of the park, does it make it any different that I guessed right?
Still a home run.
That ball still went over the fence.
And you still put one up on the board.
I was guessing. I think he's going to throw me this pitch here. Oh, guessed right.
Yeah.
Doesn't make it in. Doesn't change the stat.
The whole plan was to put China in the corner. I believe that. And I've been telling you that all week and then maybe even some of last week. It is all about putting China in the corner because they're our biggest enemy, bar none.
The anus?
Yes, Neil. Onus? Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. No one wants to live off the government teat. Man, we got all kinds of body parts going this one. This whole morning show's nothing but body parts.
China is the anus.
The anus is on China. Sure, you're exactly right. All right, we'll be right back. This is the Morning Extra. Tug and Los until 10.
If you love 106.3, then you'll love the all-new Extra 106.3 app. It's loaded with replays of your favorite shows like The Morning Extra and The Kimmer Show, podcasts from conservative voices across the South, and access to Extra's crystal clear live stream from anywhere in Georgia. Grab it now for Apple or Android.
Have you thought about securing your hard-earned assets? Do you have concerns about the future? Protecting assets is crucial, and that's where Nelson Elder Care Law excels. As a family-owned and family-focused firm, we provide absolute assurance and peace of mind through our trademarked Absolute Protection Trust, tailored services in estate planning, probate administration, Medicaid crisis solutions, guardianship, and conservatorship. Our goal is to exceed your expectations and empower informed decisions. Visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com for asset protection and peace of mind.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Got a to-do list a mile long? No problem. We've got the ultimate solution, our Handyman for a Day program. Here's how it works. You get a skilled handyman dedicated to knocking out your honey-do list. Paint touch-ups, drywall repairs, door adjustments, and much more, all done in one day. You want to jump into spring and not worry about your home? Call us now before the rush for your Handyman for a Day and call us at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. One call, one handyman, one day. The Trusted Toolbox.
Hey, this is Tom from The Honest Car Guy. We help you buy your next pre-owned car or truck honestly. We guarantee each vehicle we sell will come with a copy of the bill of sale showing what we paid for it. You pay what we pay plus a disclosed fee. Guaranteed. Honesty is the best policy and we guarantee it. Finally, a pre-owned car and truck buying process that you can trust.
Get an honest car buy from The Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1 or visit honestcarguy.com.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Project manager positions offered by CETA Information Networking Computing USA Incorporated in Atlanta, Georgia. Manage technical projects throughout the life cycle, from inception through project closure. Ensure effective time management. Work with project teams, including team members that may be local or distant. Must be willing to travel domestically 20%. Please submit resume to gosia.mikolajczyk@sita.aero.
It's April 10th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is National Siblings Day. New Yorker Claudia Ivar started the day in the mid-1990s to celebrate her brother and sister. She lost them both in accidents early in life, and she chose April 10th because it was her sister Lisette's birthday. Also on this day in 2001, mercy killings became legal in the Netherlands. The Dutch Senate approved the controversial bill legalizing euthanasia for patients with unbearable terminal illness. In 1815, Mount Tambora, located in Indonesia, explodes in one of the largest volcanic eruptions in recorded history. At least 71,000 people were killed by the eruption. And the legendary rock group The Beatles break up as Paul McCartney leaves the band in 1970. In their 10 years of existence, they sold over 1 billion albums. I'm CJ Papa. That's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your headlines for Thursday, April 10th. Cobb County schools are launching a new pilot program bringing virtual reality into classrooms. Teachers say it's a game changer for history and science lessons. Students at Marietta Middle School were the first to test the VR headsets, diving into interactive lessons on space exploration and Civil War history. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene announced a town hall event next week in Cobb County. Those wanting to attend the April 15th event must register online to find out the location. The first round of the 89th Masters Golf Tournament at Augusta National begins today. Scotty Scheffler looks to defend his title. Today's weather, a cold start this morning in the high 40s. Storms move in this afternoon with a possibility of hail and tornadoes. Scattered showers continue into Friday morning. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne.
We don't want to live on the government to eat. We've said it over and over again. I want to be self-reliant. I want to take care of the things that I need to take care of because I believe I'll do it better than anybody else. Nobody's going to care about my family like I care about my family. Nobody's going to care about my job like I care about my job. And Batya Unger Sargon has it so correct. She understands that that's what Donald Trump's trying to build for the American people.
The left in America today thinks that you solve this income inequality with redistribution, right? So they created this economy in which if you're not in the knowledge industry, forget it. You're going to be poor, but they're happy to pay higher taxes and then take that money and buy you public housing or give you food stamps. The only problem with that, Will, is that working class people don't want to live at the beneficence of rich liberals. They want autonomy, they want freedom, and they work really hard for it. And here's where Trump's genius comes into it. Trump did this very pro-working class stuff. He controlled the border, limited the supply of labor, which immediately translates into higher wages for the working class. And he imposed these tariffs, which are going to elevate the product of the American working class. But he combined that with immense goodies for the business community that are coming down the pike. Deregulation, drill baby drill, tax cuts, taxes of 15% corporate taxes if you reshore manufacturing. That combination is the winning ticket that will really lift all boats. And I don't know that I can point to an example where that's been tried before.
Or done, or accomplished, or even considered. Now, a lot of lip service, people talking about doing it over the years. No one's had the stones to do it until Donald Trump, and I'm glad that he is. He's the disruptor that Los calls him, and that I voted for.
Let's see. And I'm at a point now where I think this country, for as much as the other side wants to tell me about how amazing the economy was over Joe Biden, okay, we all believe that to be pretty faulty. Just consider that we were dealing with 9% inflation just a couple of years ago, and now we're basically at 1%. The man ended up putting in economic policies that drove us down to 1% or less inflation in 70 days? I mean, okay, you now have my attention.
Yeah.
All right.
How can you know? Inflation falling off the table. Everything is trending in the direction that he says it's going to. Is it going to be without pain? No. There are going to be pain points, without a doubt. There is. But the thing, we know what they've done for the last 20, 30 years has not worked. We know it's been detrimental to the United States, the American worker, you and me personally. It's been detrimental. Why would we continue down that path? Why would we continue to do that? I don't see a reason, and that's why I'm glad that Donald Trump's doing what he's doing.
It was such an economic boom in 2017, 2018, into 2019 before we had COVID hit, that part of you just says, well, just double down on those policies. I believe he recognizes he has the political capital to go even further.
And you're seeing it in the polling.
That
he's up 4 points.
That he is saying it's not just about rehashing what we did in 16, 17, 18,
it's
19.
Making major
Let's
changes.
go another level. Let's go
make
another
major
step
changes,
forward.
yes.
And part of it is he doesn't have to worry about a re-election.
Which is beautiful for him. The one thing I do, caution the Republicans in is taking credit for what Donald Trump is doing. Now, can you be a part of the solution? Absolutely. But they're voting for Donald Trump. People voted for Donald Trump. We voted for Donald Trump. People that don't vote at all most of the time came out of the woodwork voting for Donald Trump. Independents and even some Democrats voted for Donald Trump. They did not vote for the Republican Party. So the Republican Party has to be very aware of that.
I agree. Totally agree with you.
They cannot miss.
Very cognizant of it.
They cannot miss that.
Yeah, part of what is going on during this era of Trump, which has now been better part of a decade. All right, like that's the fun part is that he's been elected, then he spent 4 years living in their heads rent-free, and then got elected again. They're going to spend 12 years obsessed over this man. You realize how stressful that has to be? Like 12 years, all you think about is Donald Trump.
You've had a stressful couple days. Can you imagine living that every day of your life like they have?
I wouldn't survive.
No, most people wouldn't. That's why they have TDS.
And so you now have, and I think this is very important what you said, Donald Trump has moved the direction of the Republican Party into something that is more pliable with what he believes in. Is there elements of being a little bit more liberal on matters? Absolutely, 100%. Yep. That's part of it. Is it more of a party of dynamic young people? Absolutely. So the Republicans cannot take credit for what the party has become.
Absolutely not.
They have to defer to what Donald Trump has turned the party into. And that goes beyond MAGA. That is just people like you and I that basically say, I trust you. Let's go see where this is going. Because you and I don't own MAGA. We haven't been to any kind of convention. I'm somebody who voted for Donald Trump, but I was very critical of the spending during his first time in office, and I was very critical of how he handled 2020 with everything with COVID.
His first go round in the primary, I voted for Ben Carson. I didn't vote for Donald Trump.
Yeah, we've had to be convinced of this, and now with what the results have been, I think you and I are saying, I don't care what the Republicans want. I want what his administration is interested in doing, and I want to see it through. Now, will it all work? Don't know. But I want to see it through.
But I like the way it's trending.
I like the way it's going.
You can't argue with the trends.
No.
Does that mean that it's going to be 100% locked down? No, it doesn't. Does that not mean, does it mean, again, bumps in the road? Yes, there are going to be hiccups. There's going to be issues. But I do like the way it's trending. And I feel like we're making the right decisions. And the American people feel that way, too. You can see it in the polling. That's the reason he's up to 54%. Up 4 points from last week.
54% is such a shocker.
It's nuts.
He keeps going higher. And
it's nuts.
Remember, Joe Biden by the end was down at, I believe, was 22%. All right? Like presidents that end up doing well live at like the 40 to 44% range, right. And he's at 54%.
It's unheard of. It's unreal, especially for a man that was called Hitler and Nazi and dictator and a threat to democracy for 8 years straight.
They did such a good job. He would have never gotten near this thing again.
That's exactly right. Can I give you I'm glad you brought up Joe Biden. I want to read you a tweet from Joe Biden.
Yes.
From October of 2020. All Donald Trump can see from Park Avenue is Wall Street. He thinks the economy's doing well if the Dow Jones is doing well. Believe it or not, Mr. President, most Americans don't live off the stock market. Interesting that Joe Biden and the Democrats would say that, because that's not what they're shouting today.
That's all they pointed at. for 4 years while everyone's savings was cratering, while our prices of our housing was going up, the rent was going up. Now, by the way, it wasn't like your value was going up, it's that your dollar was declining in value. That is why we had such a sugar high. And I'm glad everyone has now gotten used to the whole term of sugar high, that we were printing and spending. What is happening is the stock market is getting off, what did you call it? The government teat? That's what's happening. We're trying to recenter this thing back into an economy that's more reflective of what's going on in society.
Remember in 2022 when the NASDAQ dropped 30%, S&P 500 down 20%? The mainstream media, they spent the entire year telling you, no, we're not in a recession. It's not what a recession is. We had 2 quarters of negative growth. No, it's not.
That's not. That's
talking about
silly talk.
All of a sudden now they're saying recession right on the horizon. Dude, you don't talk about Chicken Little. You know about the skies falling all the time. Every time they open their mouths, them on the left. Every time the Democrats open their mouth, every time the mainstream media, the legacy media, the drive-bys, as Rush Limbaugh would call them, every time they open their mouth, it is a Chicken Little scenario. They're telling you the sky's falling. And now, they may have told you just years before the exact same scenario was just fine and dandy. But because they despise Donald Trump so much, they're willing to go back on what they've said in the past to try to win political points now.
Because it's such a short amount of time. And granted, yes, our ability to have attention spans is dropping. Blame it on the phone, blame it on technology. That is happening. Or it might be the rain from Milli Vanilli. Could be Milli Vanilli. Maybe.
Fake.
I know. But nowadays, if it was done nowadays, it'd be like, oh, it's kind of novel.
Exactly.
Kind of fun, right? All right. Hey, look, these guys are kind of in shape and they kind of look like one another. All right.
We'll take it.
Considering that just several years ago, as you're mentioning, you had a Dow Jones at 30,000 with 9% inflation. You're at 38,000 with 1 to less than 1%.
But look at the difference in presentation from the mainstream media and the leftists, what they're telling you. Then, everything was hunky-dory. Everything was great.
I know, it's 9%.
It's okay, but look at the stock market.
Look at the stock market, though. It's at 30,000, everybody. It's like, it's 38,000, and you're at 1% or less. Now, granted, you're going to be like, we're at like 37.3 right now. I don't watch the market that way.
Either. You shouldn't. You don't need to.
It's very simple for me. What does it cost to live?
I feel like most people listening to this station have the same view of the stock market as we do. We're socking it away in our 401k and a 529 for the kids or the grandkids.
Yeah, I'm not day trading.
No. I never have. I wouldn't even, to be honest, this is good. I'll probably sound like a dumb hillbilly, which is not unusual.
Hey.
I wouldn't know how to day trade even if I had the money to do it. I wouldn't know where to begin. I mean, maybe on like, there's a website.
You can start a Fidelity account.
Yeah, there we go. So, but I don't know that I would know how to do it. I would be intimidated by it.
Okay.
It's just being honest.
No, I get it because you have to pay attention to a lot of stuff. Okay, there's now the Robinhood app, which makes a lot of this stuff considerably easier.
Have you used that before?
I mean, I've never been involved in day trading. Like, I know what it is. I know how it works. I mean,
I've heard of it.
Yeah. The most I've ever done was, hey, I'm going to move some money from one place to another in a Fidelity account where I'll move it to a rollover IRA. You know, I might take something out of the market to put it in something that's a little bit more feasible and usable.
Do a Roth so you pay for the taxes up front instead of waiting until your money's grown and then paying bigger taxes on a bigger number.
But never do I sit back and say, today's the day that I'm getting into, Best Buy stock.
That's probably not a good one.
Today's the day I'm buying Carnival Cruise Lines.
Yeah. If there was any that we should have done after COVID, that would have been it.
I remember our friend Mark Zeno. He's like, what's a stock I need to be involved in? I go, cruise lines. I was like, take a look at cruise lines, like April of 2020 versus where they went. So you want to grow your money like 30, 40%? Boom.
They were the first people that broke away and said, we're back in business. They were the first that I remember, and I remember what a beating they took. And I was good for them. And I'm not a cruise, like I don't enjoy cruises, been on a couple, it's just not my thing. If you love it, that's great. I'm not putting it down at all. It's just not my thing. But I was really proud of them.
Go on a cruise, makes you want to clean a toilet. Reminds you of the old days.
Yeah. USS South Carolina. CGN-37 nuclear-powered guided missile cruiser with the most amazing technology that you'd ever seen in your whole life, and they turned it over to 20-year-old, 19-year-old Tug Cowart for about 3 or 4 years. Well, I say they turned it over to me. They gave me a scrub brush, and everybody else operated the ship. I was cleaning more toilets than you, but I was good at it. I was the best toilet cleaner you've ever seen your whole life. The Navy, if there was an award, if there was a medal or some sort of commendation you could get for cleaning the toilet, I would have won the highest award.
I'm going to have to figure out a way to get something like that for you. Some sort of medal.
Yes,
a toilet bowl ribbon.
That's right. Can't wait to get it. I'll proudly wear it on my chest. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3 6 o'clock hours brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett. When we come back, Dave Portnoy is an emotional man specifically about this stock market. Next on Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to Extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. These are your sports headlines for Thursday, April 10th. The Atlanta Braves dropped the second game of their series with the Philadelphia Phillies last night, 4-3. Game 3 will be this evening. Spencer Schwellenbach will be on the mound for the Braves. He'll be opposed by Jesus Luzardo. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear that game on our sister stations app, 680 The Fan. The opening round of the Masters begins today from Augusta. Defending champ Scottie Scheffler will tee off in the 10 a.m. hour. And the Atlanta Hawks are in Brooklyn tonight to take on the Nets. The Hawks are a double-digit betting favorite in that game. Tip-off is set for 7:30. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Man, I'm sneezing. I can't keep all the phlegm in place. I'm just hocking it up. So gross. Blowing my nose. But it's just this time of year, man. It doesn't matter. You can wash the car. You can do whatever you want to do. But the pollen will win. There's no defeating the pollen. Except inside your home. That's where things are better stacked in your favor. Central Heating and Air Conditioning, they have carrier systems designed around your house health and your home's health. That way, it impacts your family in a positive way. Your home can be that sanctuary that you escape from some of this pollen. And you don't sneeze inside your house. You don't cough and choke inside your own home. That's only when you walk outside. It's only when you go to work. It's only in the car. In your home, it's safe. That's your safe space, as the Democrats would call it, your safe space. But really, we don't worry about that at our house, and I don't want you worrying about it at your house. So call Chuck and his team at Central Heating and Air Conditioning, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com, and depend on them. They will set you up, and you can have the sanctuary that you deserve. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
Hey, it's Mike with Atlanta Painting Company. Spring is sprung, so let's get your home looking fresh. Right now, save 10% on any paint job Atlanta Painting Company does for you this spring. Atlanta Painting Company is still Atlanta's biggest family-owned and run painting company, and we are passionate about making your family's home look great. So get in touch. Head to atlantapaintingcompany.com to save 10% on any paint job this spring. Atlanta Painting Company, the painters you can trust.
Things at the ballpark are really heating up. If too much celebrating leaves you in trouble after the game, it's important to know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds. We handle bonds from the stadium to the city, and in most cases, we can have you or your loved one out in a matter of hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 770-627-3235 or online at atlbail.com.
By the end of this program, another family farm will close its doors for good in the U.S. With each one that shuts down, we lose a piece of what makes our country truly special, and we need to change that. It's time to put American farms first. For generations, American farmers have been waking up early every day, working late in the fields to put quality, nutritious food on your table. And it's vital that we support them. And shopping at Good Ranchers is a great way to do that. Good Ranchers delivers high-quality, American-raised meat right to your door, straight from the ranch. Right now, you can get free bacon, ground beef, seed oil-free chicken nuggets, or salmon for a year and $40 off with the code GLENN. GoodRanchers.com. You can also check out my exclusive box. To shop my box, just try the hand-picked selections and support the show. Go to GoodRanchers.com/Glenn today. GoodRanchers.com/Glenn. Shop, subscribe, and get choice protein for a year while you stand with American Ranchers. Good Ranchers, American meat delivered.
If you're thinking about a new Buick or GMC, don't wait. Now's the time. Head to Jim Ellis Buick GMC, where the price is right now.
Lock in your lowest price today before prices start to rise due to new tariffs. Shop early while inventory is strong. Right now, Jim Ellis Buick GMC has more than 400 vehicles in stock.
Whether it's the luxurious Buick Enclave or Envision, a spacious GMC Acadia or Yukon, or the power and the capability of the Sierra and Canyon trucks.
And if you're shopping pre-owned, you'll find a great selection of certified vehicles too. Thoroughly inspected and ready to roll at Jim Ellis Buick GMC. Find exactly what you want. But don't wait too long. Get yours today before prices go up and vehicle selection goes down. No pressure, no games, just a transparent, customer-first experience that makes buying easy.
Start your search now before prices change at JimEllisBuickGMC.com or visit Jim Ellis Buick GMC in Chamblee off Peachtree Boulevard, inside the perimeter, or in Buford off Highway 20 near 985. Jim Ellis Buick GMC, we are professional grade.
Stream Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, Glenn Beck, Fox News, and even NASCAR on Sundays. Anywhere on the Extra 106.3 app. Download the app now and get 24/7 access to the live stream, the latest news, and everything you need to know about Atlanta's only conservative talk station. Download the Extra 106.3 app for Apple or Android and check out even more great original content at thepodcastpark.com.
I'd be the first to admit I don't know a lot about Dave Portnoy. I know he, started Barstool Sports, sold it for a grip of money, and then bought it back for like $1. And
well, that was the betting end.
Okay,
yeah, they had a betting end of Barstool that was purchased, and when it was being looked to sell, he bought it back for $1 to have the controlling interest.
Goodness gracious! So he's a smart businessman. I feel like I know that about him, and he's funny, and I know he likes to eat pizza. Those are the things I know. But I saw him yesterday just getting all sideways about the stock market. He's like, I want to vote Democrat if this continues. And then I saw a post that he had shared celebrating the historic day that the stock market had yesterday after Trump put a 90-day pause on the tariffs, with the exception of China. China. And then he's like, look at all this money I got. So he's just very emotional right now, it does seem.
Portnoy, first off, I'm not a Barstool guy.
Yeah, me either.
I've tried in the past to throw it on when I've had satellite radio, and I can't. Because with the kids in the car, they've gotten older.
Filthy.
I mean, it's just it's much more aggressive,
Got
it. Like, there's things that we cannot say that they clearly say.
Well, yeah, because there's no FCC regulating satellite.
Now with a 14-year-old, listen, I roll around. I listened to Ron White with Joe Rogan yesterday. And boy, they were both cussing up a storm. But I was like, that's fine. My youngest kid had her headphones on doing her thing, and it was fine. Yeah. But
Ron White's funny. He lives in Swanee, or he used to.
He lives in Austin now.
Is he? Okay, so he moved from Swanee. Got it.
So, but I respect the fact that this is what Portnoy and them decided to do. They saw an area to fill. It's sports and entertainment, and it's really worked for them. All right. With all that being said, the reason why I do enjoy Dave Portnoy isn't because of the pizza or isn't because of the Fox News appearances. It's because he will put out his day trading plans for the day.
Okay, so I didn't know that. Okay. Now, I did see recently that there's a Dave Portnoy stock ticker on Twitter.
There is what he's participating in.
Yeah, he started that during COVID when there were no sports. He did Baby Day Trader.
Baby Day Trader, yes. So, get this is part comedy.
Yeah.
Right? So, Portnoy is telling everyone when the stock market is in this crazy fluctuations. He's like, it's time to buy. He's like, it's time to buy right now. Let's get involved in this. And all he was taking was emails from the other side that looks at him as he's not even some kind of right-wing guy.
No,
he's just kind of like, he's his own kind of thing, but I'll tell you, he's not a Democrat, okay? Like, that's just where he exists. So take a listen as when you hear things go quiet, that's because Portnoy, you didn't edit this out. You didn't edit out don't tell me you didn't edit out the dancing.
Well, you can't see the dancing, yeah. Give me a second. I'll pull up the original.
Okay. It's the whole idea about when you go off mic and you're sitting there dancing. It's driving home the fact that he has decided to create a dead air moment where he's dancing.
He's celebrating being back.
He is making it a point to basically spike the football in your face because I think the number was $8 million.
Yeah, what he made?
From day trading.
Yes.
Based off of what happened. Now you got to play big time in order to make that happen.
Of course,
you know? I mean,
you're not putting in $1,000 and making $8 million.
No, like some people were like, I made like $800 yesterday. Okay, awesome, whatever. Yeah, that's cool. But this is a dude who was like thoroughly enjoying the fact that he had won. Take a listen.
I'm up $8.2 million today.
This is where he's dancing.
And I bought at the low. I'm getting some stats. I'm stuck. All the left, they're going to run away. They're going to disappear. I got that guy from the West Wing. Let's see. The West Wing guy saw him email me today. That wonderful moron. I'm going to bring this country together. I told you. I said, be patient. All right, this guy. Oh, that guy from the West Wing. Someone's going to crush on me. All these left people, you voted for this. Oh, he's crying. I'm dancing. I said it's a time to buy. I said give him some time. He's not a crazy person.
And he's dancing.
And he's playing Celebration in the background.
And I want to keep buying.
Yeah.
That's all I said. I go, don't pretend the stock market don't matter because it matters. And by the way, Trump's not a fucking crazy person. He knows it matters. He's negotiating.
Here we go. So Celebration, he's all over the place. It's great. And he's back and made a grip of money. But the only thing I would not even disagree with is most people.
You're welcome, Internet.
Yeah. Most people don't have that kind of money to do that. No, of course
not. But
you know what I mean? So the stock market doesn't mean as much to them.
But what happens, they're not looking to dunk on you or me.
Yes,
they're looking to dunk on
the
Portnoy.
left. Yeah.
They wanted to be able to tell him. Look what happened to you, Portnoy. We told you. Look what your president did. Yeah. That was Portnoy telling you, I made $8 million. Yeah. How you doing?
And hanging him a big bird.
Yeah, like, hey, Jessica Tarlov, I made $8 million today. Yeah. How are you doing?
Yeah.
That's the mentality. Rachel Maddow, what you made in a year, I made in a 4-hour span. How you doing?
Morning Joe.
Right. I mean, that's all Portnoy was doing. And that's part of why it works and it's on brand is because he's throwing it in your face. As much as I'm sending a text message to one of my friends to say, told you. Okay, I don't have $8 million behind it to say, told you.
Yeah.
I was like, no, just told you.
But it's so clear. That's the thing. Like he is able to put the spot like you're talking about. All we have to do is sit back and say, we had been telling you for weeks, just trust the process. How many times have you heard that a lot in your life? Because I have, especially through sports, trust the process because the process works.
I think what we have to recognize, the goal is something that is completely different than what we've seen in the last several years, where in the last 4 years under the Biden administration, we had the biggest transfer of wealth in this country. 2021, 2022 of COVID basically watched all the money end up at the top end and watch the middle class and the lower class end up being beaten to death by inflation. You had the biggest wealth transfer in the history of this country. What you're seeing is a reversal of that.
And that's why they're screaming so loud.
But that's the goal. If the goal is the reversal of what is going on so that the bottom and the middle are not pressured anywhere near what they have been over the last 4 years, if that's the goal, then you understand why what is happening in the markets and everywhere else. It's almost like MSNBC can't turn on and say, the Trump administration is trying to lower the burden on the middle class of living in this country, but that's what they're trying to do.
That's exactly right. And Donald Trump even said it yesterday. He said, Wall Street's had their day. I want Main Street to have their day. He's like, and it's not going to be to the detriment of Wall Street. They're still going to do just fine.
They'll be perfectly fine.
And always will. I saw Charles Payne this morning. I watched a video of him talking about that very thing. It was like, if you've been investing in the stock market, whether 401ks, whatever it is, you've done fine. You saw the dip, and now you're back up. Everything is okay. He said, I told everybody on his show on Fox Business, and I don't know when it comes on, but I like him a whole lot. If there was one person on Fox that I would make an appointment to go watch, it'd be Charles Payne, because I think he's a smart guy. I think he's even keeled. I think he calls it like he sees it, and it never feels manufactured to me. It's never, I like this guy, so I'm only going to tell you good things about this guy, or I hate this guy, I'm only going to tell you bad things. So when he said, I've been telling people on my show all week long, take a breath, this is a negotiation, just breathe. And finally, in this video, he was saying, see, I told you, just relax. And that's kind of, it was a much nicer way of doing it than Portnoy.
Jim Cramer actually spent part of the week telling us about how we were going to get a bottoming out on Black Monday. This is going to be catastrophic to all these markets. Catastrophic to all the markets. All right, where are we at today? Now, again, the market is not Main Street, but it is an indication of the direction that Main Street, when it comes to how they view what's going on in the country. It's an economic indicator, but it is not the economy. And I was saying that even when you had under Joe Biden this thing bottoming out by 20%. I was like, yeah, the inflation is much more of the economy than what's going on in the market.
Because that affects everyday people.
Because that affects everyday people. Your fuel prices are much more detrimental than, I don't know, Microsoft lost 3%.
Right.
Like, yeah, long term, you want to retire, fine. I'm worried about here's what my fuel price is over at QT.
Because I can't sock away money in my 401k if prices are too high.
Can't put it away.
Right. It
doesn't exist.
You're taking away buying power or retiring power, I guess. I don't even know if that's a term, but retiring potential from people when things are so expensive. And you've seen inflation drop off the table. You've seen gas prices drop off the table. And you've seen egg prices, because those are the big three that got talked about for so much.
Oh, but that's going to be fun with a guy like Portnoy, being able to basically say, I won. I told y'all to get in on this. You had
Trump said it too, though.
You had a post on X from Donald Trump saying it's time to buy.
And see, that's the other thing that the Democrats conveniently leave out, right? When they're talking about how he backed himself into this, he lucked himself into this.
Yeah, so lucked himself into it. He told you to buy.
He told you what he was going to do. Talk about the ultimate signal.
I mean, you would think that Nancy Pelosi should be out there going like, well, that's real insider trading.
Woohoo!
You know?
Yeah. Either that, or she just made a grip of money.
Told you what he was going to do. He told you it's time to buy.
And the people that did.
How much money did he make you yesterday?
Are successful and will be successful and good. And look, the stock market's fine. Your 401k's back. It was back up at like 10 or 12%.
For me, everything's tied into the path to college funds.
Yeah, the 529s.
Those are the 529s that exist in the marketplace. Other than that, I have limited exposure to the market outside of real estate prices.
and IRA stuff, just the retirement accounts.
So I am sitting back going, okay, that's pretty cool. Good. Yeah. You know what yesterday,
I got two to pay for. Thank you.
Yeah. You know what yesterday did for me? It just made sure I don't have to work quite as hard to put them through college.
Or as long.
Might have bought me another week.
I want to play this from Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank fame. He feels the same way I do about China. Next on Extra.
Nowhere in our Constitution does it say that it is the federal government's responsibility to educate the children of this country.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends depends on contract renewal.
Stop struggling to get your job post seen on other job sites. Indeed's sponsored jobs feature helps you stand out and hire fast. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Hey, this is Matt from East Cobb. So ATL Turf Co. did an amazing job with our backyard transformation. They basically created a miniature golf hole. We have a miniature fairway. We also have a miniature little putting green. Consists of about 4 holes. After that transformation, my father-in-law came and saw his house the way it looked. Sure enough, he did the same thing with ATL Turf Co. He has a beautiful backyard, wonderful stonework, drainage, and a beautiful practice area for chipping and putting. Check him out online at atlturfco.com.
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
A man from Michigan who took the time to return a wallet and made someone's day makes today's Dean's List. Donnie Hansen noticed something on the road and knew it was important. He looked inside the billfold and not only found $100 cash, cards, and ID, but he found the address and decided to return the wallet himself. The person wasn't home, so he left it carefully tucked behind the porch door. Michelle Johnson was surprised when she saw her home security footage and soon realized it was a stranger returning her son's wallet. When she got home, everything was intact, including the $100, her son's hard-earned tip money. Donnie says he lost his wallet before, but no one ever returned it, so he was happy to do this for someone else. Michelle says she almost cried seeing Donnie at her door doing something good for her family. She says you might not realize what something small does for someone else, but even those smallest acts of kindness go a long way. Janice Dean, Fox News.
Fox on Tech. You make the switch to Windows 11 yet? You're going to have to upgrade at a point later this year. Microsoft is ending support for Windows 10, and that means you're going to need to adopt a big change in operating systems on your PC. But one thing proving to be unpopular is the Windows 11 Start menu. It is a vastly different animal, not resembling the Start menus going all the way back to Windows 95. It has users complaining about it hiding their most used apps or making the apps they don't use more prominent. But Windows developer and blogger Phantom of Earth posts on their Blue Sky a screen recording of a redesign of the Win 11 starter in which the recommended feature can be disabled. It's in developer beta now, but that means it will be widely released at some point, maybe even before there's a big update crunch as everyone migrates to the newer version. With Fox on Tech, I'm Eben Brown, Fox News.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
Jailed in Russia, set free. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
This is so important, and it shows that this country now, under President Trump, is going to be diligent and aggressive in getting Americans home.
Republican Senator Ashley Moody reacting on Fox a short time ago after Ksenia Karolina was released, now flying back to the U.S.
Karolina was arrested in January of 2024 in Yekaterinburg during a visit to see her family. She was jailed for donating about $50 to a charity supporting Ukraine on the first day of Russia's invasion. The court found her guilty of high treason, sentencing her to imprisonment in a penal colony. The amateur ballerina and Los Angeles resident became a U.S. citizen in 2021. Her family and her loved ones have been vocal in their efforts demanding her release.
That's Fox's Alex Hogan. It was a prisoner swap, releasing a German-Russian dual citizen the U.S. had wanted for supplying Russia's military with technology. Now a tariff update. The European Union has just agreed to a 90-day pause to its retaliation on charging American exports the morning after President Trump paused reciprocal tariffs he'd put in place, saying we need to fix trade imbalances.
No other president would have done what I did. No other president. I know the presidents. They wouldn't have done it.
Now, President Trump is keeping in place a 10% tariff on most imports and increased the one on Chinese goods to 125% after China retaliated with bigger tariffs. Now, on Wall Street, stock futures are dropping again, nearly 500 points for the Dow, after the Dow's nearly 3,000 points surge and a big rebound yesterday because of this pause. The president says he knows his tariff policies had spooked investors.
They were getting yippy, you know? They were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid.
It's up to 184 people dead now in that Dominican Republic nightclub disaster when the roof collapsed early Tuesday. Among the dead, singer Ruby Perez, who was performing when the roof came down. More than 200 people injured. America's listening to Fox News.
When you hear the term living better, what do you think about? More money? A bigger house? Maybe a yacht? What about how you feel physically, how you wake up each day, how you sleep, what activities you can and cannot do. When you feel good, life is good. So if pain is affecting your life, see how Relief Factor can help. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, it doesn't just mask pain temporarily. It helps reduce or even eliminate pain. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So give their 3-week quick start a try. It's only $19.95, less than $1 a day. And it just takes a phone call, 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're hurting, in 3 weeks or even days, Relief Factor can give you a chance to rediscover the true meaning of living better again. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
Wake up with the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 Atlanta.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Glad that you're here. 404-741-1230. We've got a new poll up.
I've retweeted.
Okay, and I'll do the same.
And I voted.
At Tug Cowart, at Front Office Los, at Extra 106.3, at Whiskey Click for Jeray. And it is, do you know who won the Masters last year?
And to be quite honest, I did. But if you were to say, well, who won 2 years ago? And I think we were all in agreement. We're all like, who
couldn't remember.
Was it? I don't remember. I can tell you Masters moments. I can tell you some of the big shots I've seen over the last 10 or 15 years. I've seen where I'll be like, oh my God, when Bubba came out of the trees and hit that crazy hook.
Yeah.
Those are the moments. But I can't tell you that was what, a decade ago? You know, it's just moments. I can still remember that when Tiger Woods won his last Masters, that it wasn't that Tiger played great. Everyone else fell apart.
Yep.
You know, it's those are the things that I wait for Sunday, back 9, because what is the story going to be?
For me, I like golf, but it's more of I'm going to turn it on and fall asleep. It's kind of like NASCAR.
So there's an option on that poll for you. There's, do you know who won the Masters last year? It's yes, no, or I just like the azaleas.
I think I like it more than just the azaleas, but not much. I'm barely over it. Because I don't play golf. I don't know golf. You know what I mean?
So when Jordan Spieth won and just destroyed the course, destroyed the field, and I remember showing up to work over on the sports side, and I was like, guys, Jordan Spieth, because we knew about him in Texas when he was a kid. I was working.
So he's from out that way.
And everyone knew there's this golf phenom who's 14 years old, and he's coming. And so that became all right, Jordan Spieth now has his moment. Now he's going to be one of the dominant forces in golf. Dude, it's been 10 years since that happened. Mm-hmm. And Jordan Spieth, he's a really good player. But we thought he was going to be one of the all-time greats when he destroyed that course in 2015.
It's like when John Rahm, because we looked it up, we figured out it was Rahm 2 years ago. And I was trying to remember what all the controversy was about John Rahm. But remember, there was the whole thing where people were like, well, I don't like that guy. And I could not, still to this moment, don't know. There was some controversy surrounding John Rahm, his behavior, something he had done. That's all I remember about him. I don't know anything else about him.
By the way, Jordan Spieth did that at 21.
Oh, wow.
He's 31 now, and we're at the 10-year anniversary of him winning the tournament. He destroyed the course and destroyed the field at 21 years old. That's why we all, now, they got married. Maybe that changed something. Mm-hmm. You know, he kind of is his own rain delay. I don't know if you've ever seen him just address a shot. It takes a while.
Yeah, I mean, probably, but I don't keep up close enough to know. And that was kind of the conversation. That's what got this whole discussion started. How many people keep up with the Masters, or even golf for that matter, to a point where you know who won the last 3 or 4, who you expect to win this year? Like me, if you were to ask me, who won the ACM for Entertainer of the Year in 1977, I'd tell you Dolly Parton. And I know that to be the case.
Oh, I was going to say, I was like, good guess.
Yeah, no, it's Dolly. It is. Look it up. But that's, I know that. I don't know golf that way. I just don't. I don't know there's many things outside of country music I know that way.
If you were to
Braves
tell me,
and Bulldogs, maybe.
If you were to tell me name NFL MVPs or NBA
and
MVPs,
I would.
Now, but I'm not going to run off the year. I'll be like, yeah, he's got an MVP. Yeah, that person. Oh, yeah, that person won this year. Or maybe I might have a year here and there.
I don't know. You seem like you're a sports encyclopedia. At least in my view, you're like a sports encyclopedia because you've done it for so long. It's what you're submerged in.
I guess I would tell you if you were to say, well, what do you think about Scotty Scheffler? I was like, well, I know he's won the Masters a couple times.
Yeah,
It's been in recent years.
Yeah.
And I know he won last year. But would I tell you that he won 3 years ago or 4 years ago? I'd be like, no, he's got 2 in recent history. That's why he's one of the betting favorites.
Yeah.
He's just a guy who knows how to play the course.
Yeah.
See, I think the Masters kind of transcends golf and even the sports worlds because how unique it is.
Right.
All the tradition that's there and how exclusive it is. I think I just feel like it breaks through.
I agree with that to a degree. Like if you ask somebody about the Masters, they'll tell you about the azaleas. They'll tell you about $1.50 pimento cheese sandwiches.
Green
jackets. They know all of that. I'm not doubting any of that. But just the ins and outs of who won, when, especially the people listening to our station right now, you listening right now, do you feel like you're an encyclopedia of golf, or do you will dumb it down just like the azaleas?
I kind of look at the Masters as being a step up from the Kentucky Derby.
And I know nothing about. I agree with that.
Like people look at the Kentucky
juleps
Derby for what it is,
big
for
hats,
the party it is, the event that it is. We have our own version of that with Augusta National. It's just that we get to put a green jacket on somebody and you get to tell a story about somebody. That's different.
Instead of a big lei around the horse's neck. But the same way, I think it's the same way. Tell me who won the Kentucky Derby last year or the year before. I don't know. If you're really into horse racing,
you probably got it. You probably know it.
But I bet 99% of the people listening.
Who won? A horse.
Yeah, exactly.
With a little man riding on it.
Yes. Correct. And it's crazy. My wife may be the exception to that rule. So a dear friend of hers, she was, they grew up with, they've been best friends since they were little girls. They would go to Saratoga and the racetracks up in Saratoga. So her best friend married a horse jockey, and she walked down the aisle. My wife at the time, well, we didn't even know each other at the time, but she was, one of the bridesmaids, and all the best men and the groomsmen were horse jockeys. So she knows them all. Like she would see them, and she was like, he was in the wedding. I know him because she was around it so much, and that's 1 in a million, I bet, that has that kind of knowledge of even a horse jockey's name. Name one horse jockey. 404-741-1230.
Diego.
Yeah. That's probably right, but just a guess.
Just a guess.
That's right. It's just funny.
Whereas I can look at different golfers. I'm like, okay, you put them in a photo lineup.
Right.
Big. I know
pick
that
them
person.
Out.
I know that person.
I could probably be able to do that. Yeah.
But I would say I am a fan of golf. I'm not an extreme fan of golf. Like, I watch pretty much every single major and a handful of other tournaments when they're on. But I'm not a every single weekend make sure to put it on guy.
Like our sales guy, Jason Gorman. He's an extreme golf fan.
He loves everything about golf.
Yeah, and I bet he would be able to. David Dickey would probably, the owner of the company, would probably be able to name all the golfers. I think he loves golf that way.
I think that if we were to have a photo lineup and I was to say, all right, Tug, I need you to identify John Rahm. Or I need you to identify Paige Spiranac.
I could definitely pick her out.
All right. Okay.
I definitely could pick her out.
So that's your level of fandom, okay?
I like the azaleas.
Yes.
Yes.
There we go. If you don't know who Paige is, look her up. Man.
Or don't. Because you get yourself in trouble.
If you're at work, wait till you get home.
Get off the company Wi-Fi.
Yeah, get off the company Wi-Fi.
Or if you have a jealous significant other, maybe not. Because she is not afraid to put it on display.
I mean, she is a model who has played golf, and now she's basically just a model who happens to refer to golf with her modeling.
That's exactly right.
Hey, since you mentioned the sales guys and we're talking a little bit of golf and the Masters going on anyways, we do still have some of those green cards left from our sister station. Los, can you tell them where to find them?
Yeah, you can always go to 680thefan.com. We'll have a banner right up in front. You're able to play 6 courses. And it's at this point, I believe the value savings on it is nearly $470. 6 courses with a cart. You get everything lined out. If you have a friend, a family member, anybody who's really into golf, they got Father's Day coming up. This is cool to be able to get them a 680 green card for this particular year.
And even if you just like the azaleas, and
even if you just like getting out on the course,
but just to get on the course and kick it around, which I like to do, once a year.
Yeah, I think $249, and you're saving yourself about almost $500.
Yes, 680thefan.com. You'll see it right there on the front of the green card. It'd make a great. When's Father's Day? Is that coming up soon? Is that June? I don't know when it is. Anyway, it would be a great birthday present, Father's Day gift. Any of those. I don't even know if we're close to Father's Day. So
well, I mean, you're a father.
Well, I know. But
Sunday, June 15th.
So I had it sort of right.
Second weekend in June.
I guess. Well, I don't know. I mean, you could still, I guess, hold it off for that long.
No, just buy it.
Maybe an early.
Say early Father's Day.
Yeah, there we go. Gift card. Do it. Kevin O'Leary is a guy that, when I used to watch Shark Tank a lot, and I did, he was always my favorite on the show. I always loved him. And I loved him for all the reasons that most people didn't like him, because he's a little gruff. He's a little rough around the edges, but he told the truth. I always listened to and believed what he was saying because he was always just blunt and honest about it. And, some people don't like that, and I get it. But now that he's turned into even more of a media personality, you see him on CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, you see him everywhere. And he's still that same guy. He's still blatantly honest, and I don't know that people like it still. I still do.
That's the allure of Shark Tank when he's on.
Yes, it is.
That his evaluation of your company is I mean, at times, brutal.
Dude, it's either thumbs up, thumbs down, or middle finger.
Yeah.
I mean, he lets you know quick.
It's very quickly. I see this kind of evaluation, and he is now using that when it comes to the political world.
When he said that on CNN, and you should have seen the faces, you should have seen the jaws hit the table. When he said, 125%. No. I don't think that's enough. I want China to have 400% tariffs. It's beautiful because I feel the same way.
104% tariffs on China are not enough. I'm advocating 400%. I do business in China. They don't play by the rules. They've been in the WTO for decades. They have never abided by any of the rules they agreed to when they came in for decades. They cheat, they steal IP. I can't litigate in their courts. They take product, technology, they steal it, they manufacture it, and sell it back here. Xi can only stay the supreme leader if people are employed. If we wipe out any business there, because we are still 39% of all consumables on Earth and 25% of the world's GDP, America is the #1 economy on Earth with all the cards. We will not have that forever. It's time to squeeze Chinese heads into the wall now.
I love it. Well, it's time to squeeze their head into the wall now. And I love the fact that he laid out all the reasons why. And it's things that we've talked about on this show. It's things that we know are true. Their theft of intellectual property is like no other. They are the biggest crime family in the history of the world, and Kevin O'Leary has experienced it firsthand.
Do you know anyone? My Fair Lady, Pygmalion, the movie Mannequin.
I remember Mannequin.
All right, so these are all the same story told of like, I can remake somebody. Trading Places. There's a movie where you would say, all right, you're going to take a homeless guy from the street and I'm going to make him a Wall Street broker. Okay. If you took your cousin Curtis in and put him in your house, how long do you think he would act right before he's going to start doing cousin Curtis things?
About 5 minutes.
All right. The Clintons and that administration did the same thing with China. Hey, we know what your reputation is, but we're gonna allow you into the World Trade Organization, and you know what? When we do, suddenly you're gonna act right. We're gonna remake you.
It's so
we're gonna
silly.
make you real boy.
That thought, it was so ignorant.
They just did what they were doing before, and now they had the protection of the WTO to do it to the other member states
and amplify it.
Yes,
to degrees that they never would have been able to.
They never would have had access to.
That's exactly right.
They were largely still left. Not unlike the 1950s and 1960s. You're not a hermit kingdom in the way that North Korea is, where it's like they're just their own thing. But they were not a factor in the world, and especially in the world marketplace. They were a growing economy. They were an interesting place to buy goods and services, but they weren't what they are today. And they're that way because of everything Kevin O'Leary laid out there of like they have begged, borrowed, stealed, cheated everything to get to where they're at. They essentially steal your wristwatch, re-engineer it, and sell it back to you.
For 50% cheaper.
Yes.
Knowing that they spent zero in research.
Their R&D was nothing.
Nothing. They just took it. They do it with movies. They do it with everything. Everything. And that's what those what are those websites like Temu and Shine and all those? All it is a place to get directly to you, the American consumer. Are other countries using it? Sure. But it's the American economy that they need access to for that stuff, to dump that cheap stuff here because it'll prop up their economy and tear down ours. That's what it's all about.
That's why when Kevin O'Leary says 400%, that's him protecting our markets.
Dude, and I love it. I wish he would have said 600. That's the only thing I wish he'd have gone a little far. 1,000%. I don't care what the number is. Make it hurt. And that's what Donald Trump did yesterday. He made it hurt for the Chinese. Anybody that came to the table, he said,
"You're in.
You're getting a
All
deal.
right.
I'm going to cut a deal." And the Chinese, they fought back. They said no. They put their hands on their hips and put their foot down. We will not. Okay.
Well,
have it your way, Burger King.
You're going to Burger King this thing? You're really going to be the ones to push back. Now, the Chinese are the only one, in my opinion, when it comes to the economy of size, are the only ones that can push back legitimately against America. Also, they're one of the biggest holders of our debt. But that being said, you also are looking for a fair partner. And that is where we are seeing these tariffs take part. Because listen, we're going to still do business with you, and we're going to continue to do business with you, but we're going to make it fair. If we're not going to, at least more fair. Whatever fair is a word.
Right, of course.
Yeah, it's a construct. But whatever your version of we can live with that deal, that's what you have to get to with them. It can't be the status quo anymore.
And then there's the part about them invading Taiwan that is not being discussed at all. Los and I have discussed it several times. President Xi said between now and 2027, we are going to take Taiwan. And you've seen them do war games. You've seen them do all kinds of things that would indicate we're preparing. Even if they call it war games, I think it's more of this is how we might play. It's war games for them. It's a strategic planning opportunity for them. And Donald Trump knows it. Joe Biden, whoever was running the Biden administration, everybody knows it. That's something that we have got to be prepared for. And if we can break their back economically and not have to fire a missile, that's ideal.
Well, it puts them, because remember, they already have, their event horizon is small. Because as much as we talk about having an issue globally with basically growing people, birthing rates, China is accentuated. Like, they have a very small window to be a power in terms of if they want to do anything militarily, they don't have the people except for a small window. So if you can curtail it and have them go past it, then they will no longer be able to function and be able to threaten anyone.
Keep them on their heels all the time and not give them the ability to do the things that they are saying out loud. They're saying they're going to do.
But you also won't hear that from anybody else in town, just us.
That's the truth.
That's how it goes.
I've not heard anybody else talking about that part of it.
No. Look at their age group. They will not have enough young people to execute anything militarily if they don't get it done in the next few years.
And that's why they've ramped up everything. And you want to talk about intellectual properties? There's a reason that new aircraft carrier they launched looks just like our new aircraft carrier. Their stealth fighter looks an awful lot like our stealth fighters. They steal that intellectual property too. It's not limited to movies and watches and electronics. It's our military secrets too. They have stolen so much from us, and we've got to stop it. This is the Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3. We'll do headlines next, and then the would-be Trump assassin, Ryan Ruth, had some interesting ties that we think you should know about. Next on the Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3.
Morning Xtra has you covered until 10 a.m. Then it's Glenn Beck, Clay Travis, and Buck Sexton at noon, and the Kimmer Show taking over at 3, only on Xtra 106.3.
Hey, it's Los. Let's talk about True Prep, because if you want to just get a chance to kind of figure out how to deal with some of the crazy things that happen in this world, well, go see Joey, go see Matthew over at True Prep, a couple of the owners of the company. Here's what's really cool about True Prep. First off, I will say this. I am not going to back down from this. It is an adult playland for me, okay? Like, I just walk around going, how can I use this? How can I use that? That would be really cool to buy. I am one of those people that make sure that I have emergency food. That's always my thing. They have freeze-dried food. They have water filtration devices. But also, if you're a big enthusiast as far as getting out there in the world, getting out there and camping, getting out and doing some hunting, they've got first aid. They've got all that equipment. They've also got all the ammo at great prices as well. True Prep helps you be ready for any situation. One of the things that I always look at is, hey, what if I ever was to lose power? They actually have those really cool solar panels that you can put outside and charge up your phone. I mean, like I said, anything you can ponder, True Prep has. They also have classes on the weekend to help you with learning other aspects of preparation just to be ready for whatever might come your way. Inclement weather, crazy marketplaces, just be ready for anything. What do? You can go over to their store over at Cobb Parkway in Marietta, or visit them at trueprep.com. That's truprep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow at True Prep.
Neil Borch here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now, I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, CPAPs.com.
You need a pre-owned car or truck, but you don't need the headache of searching for one. Spending hours calling dealerships, then spending half the day filling out paperwork.
Come on.
You need the Honest Car Guy.
Hey, this is Tom from the Honest Car Guy. We help you buy your next pre-owned car or truck honestly. We guarantee you each vehicle we sell will come with a copy of the bill of sale, showing what we paid for it. You pay what we pay, plus a disclosed fee. Guaranteed.
Get an Honest Car Buy from the Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/score. Ethos.com/score.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Stovall & Company is a locally owned and operated family business that has been around for 75 years, offering quality wholesale landscape supplies to North Georgia. We just opened our 11th location in Canton, Georgia at 9500 Union Hill. Stovall provides contractors with personalized expert service, from special requests to direct job site delivery for hassle-free jobs and quality relationships at competitive prices. From plants to irrigation to hardscapes, Stovall truly has it all. Check us out at StovallInc.com.
If you're the decision maker at your company, we have great news for you, for your HR department, and for your employees. A new and future-forward way to do health benefits is here from Thatch. Not only do your employees get better health benefits with Thatch, but you save an average of $1,620 per employee per year. That's right. You can save over $1,600 per employee per year. Plus, Thatch reduces the time your HR department spends administering benefits. Businesses all over the country love Thatch's breakthrough approach. Rather than a wasteful one-size-fits-all plan, Thatch empowers your employees by letting them customize their own benefits plans. And you save money and time while providing your employees with better health benefits, which works better for everyone. Book a demo with Thatch and we'll send you a $100 gift card. Visit thatch.ai/radio to book a demo for your gift card. That's THATCH.ai/radio. Thatch.ai/radio.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your headlines for Thursday, April 10th. Cobb County schools are launching a new pilot program bringing virtual reality into classrooms. Teachers say it's a game changer for history and science lessons. Students at Marietta Middle School were the first to test the VR headsets, diving into interactive lessons on space exploration and Civil War history. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene announced a town hall event next week in Cobb County. Those wanting to attend the April 15th event participant must register online to find out the location. The first round of the 89th Masters Golf Tournament at Augusta National begins today. Scotty Scheffler looks to defend his title. Today's weather, a cold start this morning in the high 40s. Storms move in this afternoon with a possibility of hail and tornadoes. Scattered showers continue into Friday morning. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra. 7 o'clock hours brought to you by Van Sant Law Group. If you're in an accident, make the right call. VanSantLaw.com.
I just did Tim Wall's hands to point out ridiculousness. I was like, you made it.
Well, but that's
how ridiculous it is.
But that's a new form of showing how ridiculous something is. Like, you can give them the thumbs down or you can hit them with the jazz hands. They both mean the same thing.
Do Tim Wall's hands, and that just shows you how silly of a notion it is.
Oh, look at me. This is a great idea. No way, dude.
I mean, the only thing he doesn't say when he goes out on stage is, yippee!
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, with his jazz hands. Caw. I have no ill will toward him personally, but when I hear him talk, and he's been talking a lot lately, Tim Walz, former VP candidate with Kamala Harris.
Yesterday, he tried to point out that the biggest single taxpayer in the country doesn't pay his taxes. Like, if you go through the numbers, Elon Musk is the single biggest taxpayer in the history of this country as an individual. And yet, Tim Walz like, he should pay his taxes. Is that not just an old, tired talking point? The playbook, it's dusty. Get a new playbook. Blow off the dust. Let's go do something different. I swear.
Not capable.
You pay me enough, I will fix your party in like 6 weeks.
That's exactly right.
Maybe 6 months if you're really being this ignorant about it. I love, and we don't have the audio, but I will just tell you, there was a moment on CNN where they were doing their town hall with Bernie Sanders, and here's Anderson Cooper calling on somebody to ask a question, and he misidentified them.
Oh, my gosh, I saw that.
And they immediately were like, I'm they, them.
Yeah, the woman, who was clearly a woman, dressed like a woman. There was no confusion or shouldn't have been any confusion, and then she hit them back with I'm a they, them. Even those people are so left that they make Anderson Cooper and Bernie Sanders not as left.
Like, they had to roll their eyes of like, seriously, we're in a safe place. You really have to do that here too?
Yes, because they will continue to do that until you put your foot down and say, no more. We're done with it. Did you, like Carolyn Levitt, did you see what with her email thing?
I definitely enjoyed her email.
She said, if they have pronouns in their email, I'm
answering you.
I'm not even going to respond to you.
I'm not playing your game.
But see, Anderson Cooper didn't have the courage to do that. Bernie Sanders didn't have the courage to do that.
It would have been hilarious if old-ass Bernie starts just going like, I'm too old to deal with that.
Enough with your downs. Just say what you got to say. I can hear it now.
But on the other end of it, it did enrich him to a point where he never was going to see money as a senator. It did make him to be a national icon and give him 3 or 4 different houses.
While you're right, it's like the COVID thing when they were just hunkering down on COVID. You must stay in your house. You must wear a mask. You must do all these things. And none of them followed their own rules. They're with it if they're getting paid. Yeah, they'll sing the song while they're getting paid, but they don't believe it. It's not real. There's a reason AOC was down in Florida during COVID with her boyfriend with no mask on, even though when she was in New York, she was preaching, wear a mask, stay in your house.
See, this is not me or you or Jerry or anybody playing a character. Like, this is what I personally think. I don't have to turn the mic on and go, well, what is my line going to be today for this?
Right.
How would the Republicans think of this? What am I supposed to say about this over here?
I don't care what any of them think.
No.
I couldn't care less what any politician thinks about anything. I don't care.
I'm just here to call balls and strikes and to tell you this is why they're losing. Here's why we're winning. Now, I will also tell you this thing can flip. There's been times where we are our own worst enemy, and I will tell you why we're losing, and here's the problem. But we ain't losing today. We didn't lose yesterday. We haven't lost in quite a while.
Yeah, it's been a minute. It's been a minute since we took a loss. And will it come back? It's just like Kevin O'Leary said, we played that cut in that last segment. We was like, we're the biggest economy. We have the ability, to, what do you say, push our heads against the wall. He was like, we won't always have that. Because he's aware that things can change. And he knows that. And this is exactly what we're saying. Yes, can it change? And life is cyclical. Everything is cyclical. We won't always be in charge. We won't always be in power. So you better do the best work you can now while you have the opportunity. Don't sit back on your laurels. Don't sit on your hands.
See, we are not facing a crisis right now. Like, we've gotten through crisis moments. We've had a housing crisis in the last 20 years. We've obviously dealt with a pandemic. We have had crises.
And caused it.
When we don't have one right now, we have a whole lot of leverage. And our leverage is always going to go back to the same thing. We are the biggest consumer market in the world. You need us. We don't need you. Like every person out there, every country, the only ones that are going to fight about this is going to be China because they feel that they're on par with us. What they're going to find out is
they're not.
Without, and I got 9% inflation. Without, and I got 9% inflation. Watch what happens in China if goods and services start going up. Watch how quickly they're in a position where, oh my God, the party caused this.
And President Xi knows it. He absolutely knows it. He is the most, I bet, he's the most afraid man on planet Earth. He's more afraid than Putin. He's more afraid
he
than
woke up this morning going, how are we going to deal with this? How are we getting out of this?
And I don't know that they know an answer. Now, I'm not saying they can't figure out an answer. I'm just saying right now, as it sits right now, they're like, oh, crap, what do we do?
What happens when it comes to communists, especially when they're the head of the party, they are looking for, like, you remember this from like 3 years ago. I told you when I came on the shows, before I joined the show, I came in on one of those Fridays and I said that the administration was looking for a COVID off-ramp, that they just got to the point where they're like, we need an off-ramp. We need to stop doing this. This is making us look bad. They couldn't say we surrender. They just had to say we're pivoting. This is what we're doing. It's going to be the same thing with the Chinese. The Chinese are not going to say we were wrong.
No,
they're
never.
not going to say we lost.
I get that.
They're going to say we're pivoting. Here's the reason why. And for everyone who thinks that, well, that's what Donald Trump did. He pivoted. He pulled off the tariffs. Man, those tariffs had barely gone. They've been in effect for a week. Mm-hmm. 1 week, and everyone came to the table and said, can we please fix this?
Please, please, please. Please, please, please. And even for the people that believe he did it because of the treasuries that the Japanese were selling off, even if you believe that to be the truth, he still won. He's still in the driver's seat. He's still put China in a corner which was I believe has been the plan since day one of his presidency.
You would have had to, economically, if you would say who's the biggest threat, and as much as, I don't know, all those people with Ukrainian flags would tell me about the Russians, look what they're going to do. Mm-mm. It was always economically, the Chinese are our primary rival. They're a partner. They are not interested in our destruction any more than we're interested in theirs, but it has to be a better partnership.
Number 2 on that list, Iran. And then those same people with the flags are going, no, it's Russia. It's Russia. No, it's not.
No,
it's not.
The Russians don't have the army or the military.
And they've proven that to you.
They have the nuclear capacity. Outside of that, they don't have the manpower or the money in order to have a seat at the table in the world stage.
They've proven it to you. If they were so Billy Badass,
why they would have run through Ukraine already?
Already. And by the description of what they will do if we allow them to take over Ukraine, which they've not been able to do on their own, if they're going to make that run on Europe, then why haven't they already done that? It's been going on 3 years. It's been a stalemate for 3 years.
That's why I think the focus has now turned.
It has to
dealing with the Chinese. They feel like they have done what they've done with Ukraine. I firmly believe that what has gone on, Zelensky's going to get chewed up by his own people here pretty soon anyway.
Exactly right. That's coming. I agree with you.
Like, they recognize it's starting to be seen on the world stage, and that.
And his generals are even saying it.
This guy's a fraud. He's enriched himself off this war, and he's gonna dance his way out of the way he danced his way in. Putin, I think that they know where he's at. They know what the plan is. Here's where it's going to be. The focus is now turned over to now let's deal with the Chinese.
That's right. The Chinese are the biggest threat. I've been telling you that since day one, my first day on this show. They're like, who do you think is the biggest threat to the United States? And I said the Chinese from day one. It's always been the Chinese. And it will be until we neutralize them, until we have them in a position where we have them under our thumb. That's where they need to be. The Iranians are number 2. That's the reason that when we talked about and it got discussed, that we're going to protect that passage from Europe through the Suez and up into the Persian Gulf, and we don't have that much. What, 3%? Was that the number, Los? 3% of American goods that travel through there. Europe's obviously much, much more. The reason we were bombing the Houthis is to send a message to Iran. The reason that we have those B-2 bombers there that close is so they can see it and they understand that we mean business. There's a reason we have 2 aircraft carriers. We only put 1 aircraft carrier in the Persian Gulf. Now we have 2.
Now I am I get the mentality. Like, I know that Dave Smith, the comedian, is very much has an issue with bombing into Yemen, and he goes on Rogan and talks about it.
Right.
They're both like, what are we doing?
And I understand why he's saying it.
What I think they are not talking about the big picture is you're bombing Iran without bombing Iran.
It's exactly, because that's who's sponsoring all of that. That's who's paying
all
for
this
every
sort of
bit of it.
And yes, you are bombing one of the countries where they are incredibly poor. And you're saying, well, why are we wasting our time? Because it's showing Iran that we will bomb you without bombing Iran.
And those B-2 bombers, they carry payloads that can get to the depths of those whatever canyons, caves, caverns, those big underground bunkers where the nuclear power program, the civilian nuclear power programs run. Those B-2 bombers, if they were to bomb, can get down that far. That's the reason there's 6 or 8 of them in Diego Garcia.
Everybody needs a little something different. Like, there is no, in my opinion, a blanket foreign policy where I deal with the Chinese the same way I deal with the Iranians, the same way I deal with the Russians. It's just not the way.
I mean, think about your own interpersonal relationships. You and I have a different relationship than you and Jeray, or you and some of the sales guys. It's different for everybody.
I used to think about it in these terms. So the football coach who's now Hall of Famer and everything else, Jimmy Johnson, who's now retired from TV as of this year. Jimmy Johnson, for a guy, he was the first one to win a college football national championship and a Super Bowl. Jimmy Johnson had a degree in psychology, and he would flat out point it out. I got 56 guys. I treat them 56 different ways.
You have to, because everybody's different.
They were like, okay.
Everything's different.
He fired a linebacker, a special teams linebacker, who fell asleep in a meeting. And one of the coaches asked him, well, what happened if Michael Irvin was to fall asleep in a meeting? He said, I tell you to go wake him up.
Because Michael Irvin's better than linebacker.
He's not that same dude.
We can't live without Michael Irvin. We can live without that linebacker.
I'm treating you all a little differently based on what we're doing.
But that's real life, smart. Dude. That's real life. If you're a business person, are there clients that you treat differently than others?
Absolutely.
The ones that spend the most money, DBC sends them to the Masters.
Yes.
Because that's a treat. That's a thank you for spending this amount of money with us.
I don't get to go to the Masters.
But some of those clients do.
Me and Jared are like, we ain't going to the Masters.
Yeah, I'm not going
Tug will be there Sunday.
No, I won't. I
just want to go for the azaleas.
Yeah, exactly.
There for the azaleas.
I will not be there.
I'm sorry. I've totally curtailed.
No, but it's a good discussion.
I like the Mike Benz audio too, though.
Well, but we can play it real quick. Actually, we'll probably take a break.
Okay, let's get to Mike Benz and also some Chris Matthews audio, because that'll be fun next segment.
No doubt about it. I am that would-be assassin, Ryan Ruth. The what we're learning from Mike Benz, and then Chris Matthews. He accidentally figures it out over on CNBC. Next on the Morning Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. These are your sports headlines for Thursday, April 10th. The Atlanta Braves dropped the second game of their series with the Philadelphia Phillies last night, 4-3. Game 3 will be this evening. Spencer Schwellenbach will be on the mound for the Braves. He'll be opposed by Jesus Luzardo. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear that game on our sister stations app, 680 The Fan. The opening round of the Masters begins today from Augusta. Defending champ Scottie Scheffler will tee off in the 10 a.m. hour. And the Atlanta Hawks are in Brooklyn tonight to take on the Nets. The Hawks are a double-digit betting favorite in that game. Tip-off is set for 7:30. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Are you tired of dealing with drafty, inefficient windows? Do you have certain rooms in the house that you can't keep cool in the summer or warm in the winter? Hi, I'm Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons Garage Entry Doors and Windows. It's time to upgrade these old windows. Replace them with double-pane, beautiful, energy-efficient windows. Your new windows will help you regulate a perfect temperature throughout your house. Start saving big money on your energy bills and improve the curb appeal of your home. Give us a call today at 770-517-7078.
There's a tidal wave of clean car happiness sweeping across Braves country. Tidal Wave Auto Spa is your go-to car wash destination for a game day ready ride. Experience Major League Clean at Tidal Wave, the official car wash of the Atlanta Braves. Stay clean car happy all season long with membership discounts, exclusive giveaways, and more. Visit TidalWaveAutoSpa.com/Braves for details.
My car is happy. I am happy. Tidal Wave Auto Spa.
Have you considered securing your family's future? protecting your hard-earned assets, navigating complex legal matters with ease. Nelson Elder Care Law is here to guide and empower you and your loved ones. As a family-owned and family-focused business, our mission is to exceed your expectations, offering absolute assurance and peace of mind. With our trademark Absolute Protection Trust and expertise in customized estate planning, Medicaid crisis solutions, probate administration, guardianship, and conservatorship, Nelson Elder Care Law protects what matters most to you. Imagine a team dedicated to safeguarding your legacy every step of the way. Our flat fees ensure transparency, and our customized plans prioritize your family's specific needs. Are you worried about protecting your family and your legacy after you're gone? Let us help you ensure you're absolutely protected from whatever curveballs life may throw your way. Schedule a complimentary legacy planning meeting with our legal team in Marietta or Woodstock today. Contact us at 678-250-9355 or visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
Software Engineer 3 positions offered by Revenue Analytics Incorporated in Atlanta, Georgia. Build and support the full-stack technical implementation of world-class products and solutions using Python. Employee reports to Atlanta, Georgia office, but may telecommute from any location in the U.S. Submit resume to recruiting@revenueanalytics.com. Reference job ID 8354860. Again, submit resume to recruiting@revenueanalytics.com. Reference job ID 8354860.
If you're thinking about a new Cadillac, don't wait. Now's the time. Head to Jim Ellis Cadillac where the price is right now. Lock in your lowest price today before prices start to rise due to new tariffs.
Right now, Jim Ellis Cadillac has more than 170 vehicles in stock, on the ground and ready to take home today.
From the iconic Escalade and the sophisticated XT5 to the innovative electric Lyric and the high-performance CT5, Jim Ellis Cadillac offers the models you know and love, along with the latest in luxury EVs.
And if you're shopping pre-owned, you'll find a great selection of certified vehicles too, thoroughly inspected and ready to roll.
But don't wait too long. Get yours today before prices go up and vehicle selection goes down. No pressure, no games, just a transparent, customer-first experience that makes buying easy. And after the sale, Jim Ellis Cadillac is still with you thanks to factory-trained technicians who will keep your Cadillac running strong.
Luxury is waiting, but with prices set to change, now's the time to buy. Visit Jim Ellis Cadillac, conveniently located on Peachtree Boulevard, just inside the perimeter.
Jim Ellis Cadillac, where you can always expect the best.
Finally, a president that will fight for American values.
The American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before.
And finally, an Atlanta news station that covers it the right way. Extra 106.3 isn't about traffic and weather. We care about the stories that matter most to you, your family, and your community. Get traffic and weather on your phone and get Atlanta's only conservative conversation right here on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. I want to play you this audio from Mike Benz, who we think a lot of on this show. You've seen him on Joe Rogan. You've seen him everywhere. And he's talking about, in this situation, Ryan Ruth. And that was the would-be Trump assassin down at the golf course in Florida.
The one who had set himself up in the bushes to try and shoot Trump with a rifle.
Get a shot. The Secret Service noticed him. He ran off, and a bystander got his tag number. That's how they tracked him down. It was fascinating. And, you remember the video of him with his hands up, walking backwards toward the agents and the officers that ultimately arrested him. And we all wondered, where's this guy coming from? Remember, he traveled between America and Hawaii and Ukraine.
With
and
no money to speak of.
$0 in his bank account. And you're like, how in the world did this guy afford this stuff? Mike Benz, he cleared it up pretty much for me.
What do you think the percentage likelihood is that Ryan Routh was working for someone who was a contractor or a subcontractor of the United States government or one of its entities?
95%. This is not to say that the CIA did it or the Pentagon did it. because you have rogue cells that have informal networks that they set up to do this sort of thing. This is the sort of thing you can really only get with electronic communications and a full sort of network map of every single person that Routh was interacting with. And what we're told is that the trial has been delayed because the volume of this is so intense.
95% says Mike Benz that he was working with the federal government in some shape, form, or fashion.
Let me clarify how this works. Because Mike Benz, if you've never seen him interviewed and some of the stuff he talks about, he's a former guy who worked in cyber intelligence with the Trump administration first time around. So that's his backing. That's how he knows how to track down all this stuff. This is what he does professionally. One of the things he brings up is that USAID, you might know that as USAID, has nothing to do with aid. USAID, they take on the jobs that are too dirty for the CIA, but they are affiliated in that when something needs to be off the books, when we need to create counter-revolution or color revolution, or we need to depose anybody, or we need to get rid of anyone in any shape or form in another country, it is used through USAID, and then the money finds its way to the right organization to do it.
Sounds
That's
filthy.
why he says 95%.
Sounds filthy. And you wonder why the Democrats and the left are losing their minds
when
over
you start
USAID.
taking the money away.
That's exactly right. Because if they can do that, if they can filter money through USAID to someone that would ultimately turn into a man that was trying to take a shot to assassinate a president second time in 2 months, what else could they do?
I mean, you got to understand the asset game. You know, this is next level stuff. You know, the intelligence agencies, not just the CIA, but those that are involved with USAID, one of the things that they're trained to do is to spot these people that can be used, that are kind of loners, that might have some different political affiliations. These are
or that you can blackmail.
You might be thinking when you're on Discord, I'm talking to some random dude. This person, we're both into the revolution. There's a good opportunity that person might be a Fed or might be connected to the federal government in some way. They are cultivating assets. And Ryan Routh, I firmly believe, was an asset. They saw him as somebody who was so fanatical that he'd be willing to take a shot at their primary political rival on a golf course because he was also trying to raise money to bring Afghan fighters into Ukraine to fight the Russians. He believed that strongly in what the messaging was.
And was also trying to buy Stinger missiles and bazookas.
To shoot at Trump Force One.
That's exactly right. To shoot at Donald Trump's airplane. We know that now. That's been disclosed, that those messages have really took place. That's something that actually happened. And he didn't back away from it. He just didn't know that he was talking to a Fed.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. They circle the wagons, too. They don't tell you everything
Not
as
telling
the asset.
you everything. Like, you really think that we had an assassination attempt that almost went through in Pennsylvania, and it was just some random kid?
Whose social media was scrubbed immediately after. They cremated his body immediately after. They cleaned the roof of the blood that was spilled on top of that building when the sniper took him out immediately after. Seems odd that they wouldn't want to investigate that thoroughly.
Why do you think that Donald Trump and this administration went after the purse strings of USAID as quickly as they did?
They knew where to go immediately. They knew
where the swamp operates.
And they knew it was being used against them.
They knew how this thing plays out. This is that next level. Now, I know you might be driving around, you might be listening to the app, and you're like, yeah, you're into conspiracy theory.
Is it?
It's not. This is just this is the math game. This is the money game. If I was to tell you that there's going to be somebody who walks into your office today, and within a year, your company is going to decide to fire you because they want to keep this person more and that person wants more money. Would you not throw up everything you can over the next year to derail that person in any way? Hey, can you help me with this copier? No. Hey, I need to know how to log in here. No.
Sorry about your luck.
Why would you help the person who intends to end your career? Why would you not? If you were in position, why would you not try and get rid of your chief political rival if you know he's going to cut off the money that has turned you into a life of comfort and power?
And you've seen it.
It's not conspiracy theory. It's just self-preservation.
And it's so obvious. I can't even imagine anybody arguing it at this point. It's clear what happened, and it's clear what happened up until now, and now moving forward. It's almost like you can just map it all out.
When Mike Ben says 95% likely
that's
connected,
a big number, dude.
I'm like, that's a big number. That's Mike Ben, who, by the way, is not some like glory hound. Like, he isn't the guy who's trying to say inflammatory things on a regular basis. He's very calculated.
And he didn't say 51%.
No.
Or 55%.
He's like 95%.
He didn't even say 65%. 95%. He's 95% sure.
Can I give you the other end of this?
Yeah, sure, of course.
Then there's Chris Matthews.
Oh, yeah.
Who I believe, like, if it was possible to think in only one dimension, like, you just can't see anything. Like, you just your face is stuck up against the wall.
Would he be a guy that talks about trees and lumber and things like that?
So on MSNBC, they're bringing up the importing of lumber from Canada. And Chris Matthews, who used to host nightly for a long time. This is a silly question.
I watched on the evening news last night, one of the other networks, and I watched the issue of lumber. Now, you see, we get so much of our lumber, our 2x4s, from Canada. Where we get it from? Canada. We get our newsprint from up there for newspapers. The fact is we get it. What are we going to do? Have more lumber made in the United States now? What is our plan now? Oh, we're not going to import wood, so we're going to make more wood? We're going to create more wood? Is that it? I don't think we're in a position to simply replicate the imports coming into this country with our own products. It can't always be done. And I think if a wood's example of that, wood. Are we going to make more wood in this country because of our trade deal? I don't think so.
Okay. First off,
we have more lumber
than anybody else out there.
Anybody else in the world.
If anything, we're doing Canada a favor because they have their own lumber industry. If we decided we wanted to ramp up our lumber,
dude,
it's not a problem.
It would knock Canada on its tail.
We don't do it because we're not trying to bludgeon Canada in one of their primary exports. We're actually trying to be friendly with them about this.
We're going to get more wood. We're going to make more lumber.
How are we going to make more wood? Grow a tree.
Have you seen the vast?
Oh my God!
How vast this country is, Chris Matthews. But it just shows you. I'm not going to make this comparison. I was about to make a comparison.
It's so simplistic.
It just, when a guy like that, who's clearly emotional, gets on television and then just spills his guts, he has nowhere else to go. He can't make proper points because his emotion level is too high. It's like my sweet Aunt Peg. Give you the shirt off her back. What's it? Swim. Sweetest person ever.
Sweetest woman ever made.
Yeah, there we go.
Swim, and then you go from there.
Yeah. She gets so emotional. She would say the same thing. I could hear that coming out of her mouth. That same type of argument. Doesn't matter if it's lumber or if it's Nikes.
The largest lumber producers in the world are us, the Chinese, the Russians, and the Canadians. And the reason why we don't ramp it up even harder is to not destroy Canada.
And here's the thing.
Like, that's basic stuff, Chris Matthews.
But another thing, even if you, from another point of view, why use ours when we can use theirs? Keep our resource.
Sure.
There's no, just like rare earth minerals. We have so much rare earth in the United States. I mean, they're finding new deposits of rare earths all over this country, and we still get it from other places.
Let me ask you a question. You ever bought Girl Scout cookies?
Yes, I am. Many times.
All right, and are you not doing that in part because, okay, we'll take this on, but I'm going to pay you a little bit of money, and now you happen to make a little bit of money off this transaction for your Girl Scouts
troop.
or whatever your troop is?
And I love Thin Mints.
Okay, yeah, Thin Mints, put them in the freezer, pretty good.
God, so good.
All right, it's best to act Canada when it comes to their lumber like Girl Scout cookies. We don't need to do it. I can do it on my own. I can make cookies if I want. But as a good neighbor,
I'm helping.
I'm going to help you out. I'm going to buy them Girl Scout cookies from you. Ponder that one, Chris Matthews. Man, I make everything so easy to understand.
The Reagan strategy on China is the next discussion that we'll have. 404-741-1230 is the number if you'd like to be involved in that discussion. Add Extra 1063 across the social media platforms. We've actually got a poll out there. Do you know who won the Masters last year? Yes or no, or you just like the azaleas? Answer that too. You can call and answer for that matter. This is Extra 1063. We'll be right back.
It's time time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Okay, I'm going to share with you some of my thoughts on Donald Trump, the tariffs, and the stock market. What is really going on? Bear in mind, I am not at all an expert, so you should not pay any attention to anything I say. Couple of facts to bear in mind. Trump is a deal maker. He wrote the book. Biden could have written The Art of Politics, but not The Art of the Deal. Another point. The media despises Donald Trump. They are an arm of the Democrat Party. They are going to do whatever they need to do to promote the most negative news and ideas on this tariff fight that they possibly can. Bearing that in mind, let's look at what has happened. Trump slams almost the whole world with massive tariffs. Immediately, though this is not getting a lot of coverage, over 70 nations contact the White House. Hey, we want to negotiate. The art of the deal again. Trump says, okay, I'll back off on the tariffs so we can negotiate a deal. We've got 90 days. China, however, says, F you, Donald, we're going to raise the tariffs to 100 squillion%. The Chinese economy, folks, in case you don't know, is in real trouble. So Donald says, well, China doesn't want to negotiate. Let's slam them with more tariffs while I negotiate with the rest of the world. The end result may well be that China will be horribly weakened by this whole debacle, while the United States will gain more favorable and fair trade status with the rest of the world, the European Union, India, you name it. China caught with their pants down. I think investors see what Trump is doing. That's why the stock market is going up. We'll see, but remember, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Oh, one more thing. Watch Iran. Negotiations this week on a new nuclear deal with them. If they don't come to the table, all hell is going to break loose. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
It's tax season. By now, we're all a bit tired of numbers, but here's one you need to hear. $16.5 billion. That's how much money in refunds the IRS flagged for possible identity fraud last year. Now, here's a good number, $100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed. Save up to 40% in your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. That's LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY. Terms apply.
Hey, this is Matt from East Cobb. We basically bought our house from our in-laws. It was my wife's childhood home. One of the issues that we've had when we first moved in was our dog in our backyard. It was extremely shaded, could never grow grass back there. We resodded it twice. So ATL Turf Co. did an amazing job with our backyard transformation. They basically created a miniature golf hole. We have a miniature fairway. We also have a miniature little putting green. Consists of about 4 holes, total about 40 yards, so you can definitely work on your short game and your putting. After that transformation that ATL Turf Co. did for us, my father-in-law came and saw his house the way it looked after the fact of we had a putting green and a miniature golf course. Sure enough, he did the same thing with ATL Turf Co. He has a beautiful backyard, wonderful stonework, drainage, and a beautiful practice area for chipping and putting. Check them out online at atlturfco.com.
WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
Europe stands down. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. The European Union's just paused its retaliatory tariffs on American exports for the same 90 days President Trump paused reciprocal tariffs worldwide after days of stock market turmoil. Top White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett just told Fox.
He made, I think, the absolutely right, decisive call to go with really the bigger move rather than announce 1 or 2 trade deals, but go with the bigger move so that everybody in the world understands that he means what he says.
Well, Hassett says many countries are negotiating deals. Not China, though. The president increased the tariffs on imports from there to 125%. Now, on Wall Street, stocks could drop again after that big market rebound. Dow futures falling about 500 points the day after gaining the Dow nearly 3,000. The Nasdaq surged 12%, its second biggest day ever. An American who was jailed in Russia is now flying back home. Ksenia Karolina was set free in a prisoner swap. Karolina, a dual U.S.-Russian citizen, was convicted of treason, and her crime donating $51 to a charity for Ukraine while she was in the U.S., arrested for that when she returned to Russia to visit family.
The Wall Street Journal reports that in return, the U.S. has released Arthur Petrov. He's a German-Russian dual citizen who was arrested in Cyprus in 2023. United States law enforcement wanted him over an alleged scheme to supply the Russian military with microelectronics.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage. The House may vote today if Republicans can unite. On the budget blueprint, the Senate passed funding the president's agenda, but Fox's Brooke Singman reports.
House Speaker Mike Johnson tried to bring the bill to a vote last night, but did not have enough support from GOP lawmakers after a lengthy meeting with holdouts who couldn't reach an agreement. The vote was then canceled, but Johnson says he remains optimistic.
For all those in the media who doubt us, you continue to doubt us, and we continue to deliver, and we will again.
Some conservatives are demanding bigger spending cuts. They keep finding more bodies in the rubble of the nightclub roof collapse disaster in the Dominican Republic. The number of deaths, 218. America's listening to Fox News.
When you hear the term living better, what do you think about? More money? A bigger house? Maybe a yacht? What about how you feel physically? How you wake up each day? How you sleep? What activities you can and cannot do? When you feel good, life is good. So if pain is affecting your life, see how Relief Factor can help. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, it doesn't just mask pain temporarily. It helps reduce or even eliminate pain. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So give their 3-week quick start a try. It's only $19.95, less than $1 a day. And it just takes a phone call, 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're hurting, in 3 weeks or even days, Relief Factor can give you a chance to rediscover the true meaning of living better again. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
The news and talk I can trust. Extra 106.3.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra. Another day of winning. Unless you're a Braves fan, we lost last night.
It's a good game, though.
It was a good game. And it could have gone either way. I get it.
I was rewarded for my viewing. And that's what I've gotten to. As I've gotten older and more mature, it's more of I need to be rewarded for my time. There's nothing worse than when you go see a movie and you're like, did I really just spend... And the money's the money. Like, you can get past the money. It's really hard when you said, did I just waste like 2 or 3 hours?
Well, because your time's your most valuable asset.
Much more.
There's nothing more valuable than
you ask people to donate their time or their money, they'll sooner give you a 20.
Absolutely.
On a recommendation, Netflix, because Los, I know you watch it. Tug, you'll never get to it. It's okay.
See, thank you, Jeremy.
Look, you don't have to be ugly.
Conversation between you and I.
You have
to be ugly.
You got a long list. 0 Day. Have you checked that out?
Give me a description.
Robert De Niro plays a former president. There's a cyber attack, and then he heads up the commission.
Yes, it's the hypothetical of what would occur under that. Yeah.
I was skeptical about it. It's only 6 episodes. We finished it up last night. It's actually really good.
Solid.
Yeah.
TV show, not a movie.
Yeah. Okay. Limited series on Netflix.
0 Day.
Limited series. You can get stars to take part in these limited series now.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you see it a lot.
Then again, Robert De Niro will kind of do anything right now.
Yeah, what a weirdo that dude.
That's kind of gone off the rails. But hey, great actor.
Yeah, for sure. I
can separate the fact that he's TDS to the eyeballs.
I struggle with separating a little bit. I ain't gonna lie. I quit listening to Pearl Jam for 10 years.
Oh no.
Yeah,
I braced myself for a lot of that in this show. Wasn't too bad.
Okay.
Wasn't bad.
I'm not kidding. And but you were there for about 10 years. I'll say from 2005, 2006, somewhere there to about 16 or whatever it was. There was about a 10-year span. I was just like, I'm done. I'm not. And they were my favorite band coming through high school. They were my favorite. They're the only ones that survived the whole grunge thing, right? Everybody else is dead.
Was it Worldwide Suicide?
Yeah, it was kind of
that album.
It was just. I was just like, enough.
That was very an anti-Bush, anti what we were doing. Mostly what we were doing in Iraq. I mean, that's what a large amount of that album was about.
And they weren't even wrong.
No.
You know what I mean?
Considering that we were all saying, not all. I remember even telling, you know when it happened for me? It happened for me when there was an HBO documentary, and all it was just these quick 5-minute stories of young people about how they lost their lives in Iraq. Like one of them was they lost track of where they were and they drove their tank into a canal and everybody drowned. And they'd interview like these moms and everything. And it was meant to just have you see a human side of this stuff. And I just thought to myself, what a waste, man. Like, what?
Knowing we went in under false pretenses.
But how it occurred. That the CIA sold you a bill of goods in order to create another war. And this is what it ended up costing you. And what did it really change? Because part of what we were sold initially was, remember, Saddam Hussein, he was involved in 9/11. He was in on it. He knew.
Yeah.
Like, really? Okay?
No. Yeah. But like,
I didn't have a problem with going to Afghanistan. What our servicemen and women did for that time being was basically take the target off America and say, if you're going to hit us here.
Here, not in a homeland.
And that was their great sacrifice of, if you want to fight here.
Yeah.
You ain't going to the homeland.
But the politics of it gets, because music's my escape. And I'm not saying there's no room for politics at all. I'm not saying that at all. But when it becomes your crutch, and that's what I felt like it was with that band. That I felt like that politics was their crutch. They leaned into politics. That's all they talked about for about a 8 or 10 year span, and I was just enough.
But there's a great aspect to 60s and 70s music, a lot of counterculture stuff.
Fortunate Son. Oh my God.
Pointing out what is going on in this world. And more than anything, being asked to, hey, everybody pause, slow down for a second. Take a look around. This is pretty messed up.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing here? And I think that's some of the great stuff of that era.
Yeah, there's plenty of room for it. It just, don't make it everything that you are. Like, you bring this up, and I think it's really smart. When you're here, you're talking about politics, but when you're not, that's not what you're talking about with every conversation.
Nope. In fact, as soon as we walk out the door, if somebody wants to have a political discussion, like I reluctantly say, because it's not like we're like buddies, but there's my bar buddy, Charles. And every now and then when I'm sitting there talking with Charles will say, hey, I was watching TV and they said this and that about Trump. And now he's asking me what I think about it. He knows me as the guy who puts headphones on and listens to shows.
Yeah.
Like, have a beer, grab some lunch, listen to a show. I don't show up anywhere to go talk politics. If you want to, let's do it. Not as much as I'll talk sports, but it's not.
But it's not who.
I take the hat off.
Yeah, it's not every breath you take. And I felt like Pearl Jam for a long time was like that. I feel like they've kind of moved away from that a little bit, and they reeled me back in. Like, I would love to go to the 2 sold-out Pearl Jam shows that are here. I've seen that band like 7, 8 times at least.
Did you listen to Dark Matter?
Yeah.
Yeah. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's a
cool
record.
album.
Yeah, it's
a cool record.
Absolutely. I just get tired. It just grates on me after a while that the politics becomes so encompassing.
I guess I just mentally separate. I've gotten
I know. And I wish I could.
My favorite basketball team, the one I grew up watching, has a coach who is so crazy against Donald Trump that you can ask him now. Granted, Coach Pop, get well. The dude had a stroke. I'm not saying
no ill will on the man.
No, but I don't think it'd be reciprocal since we're using this in tariff talk.
No.
If something happened to Donald Trump, he would be like pom-poms.
Yeah,
right.
Celebrating it. Yeah.
But I have to separate those two and say the man who helped get me 5 titles, yes, he is a crazy, wild leftist. And I just have to be able to separate that from the team's success.
I can't.
I know.
It's the reason I watch the NFL. I loved the NFL. I used to love the Falcons, man.
If you felt that way, and I'm like big picture, if you were not able to separate those things, then you would have had a problem with Arthur Blank and Matt Ryan.
Yeah.
Because their politics probably wasn't a lot like what you're listening to right now.
No.
Now, Patrick Mahomes and his wife, you're probably like pom-poms.
Yeah,
Here we go.
But I don't.
But that's not everybody.
But I don't want to know their politics either.
I just want to appreciate your greatness.
That's exactly right. Just let me escape from politics for a little while, and that's what music is for. That's what sports is for me. And I felt like it gets rubbed in your face so much. And the NFL, I felt like, was the king of it. Here, I'm going to rub your face in it and make you smell it every day.
Yeah, but
then
you know
I'm going to take the joy out of watching this because I want to rub it in your face so much. That's the way it felt.
But we ended racism. And that's why we took it off the end zones, because it is now over. Racism done. We chose love.
Y'all fought.
Not hate.
I wasn't involved. I wasn't watching, so I can't take credit.
We fixed it. We fixed it, NFL America. There is no longer racism in this country. There will always be racism because there's race baiters who make money off it. They'll never let it go.
They will never let it go.
Me and my neighbors, that's not how we operate.
Of course.
People that make money off the industry,
yes,
that's how they operate.
you and your neighbors are regular people. Those race baiters, those race hustlers that make billions off of it. It's an industry. It's nothing more than going to work is what they do. They just happen to work on that. You work on a car. You work in a factory. You work in an office. They work on race baiting. That's where they make their living.
That's their job. That's their moneymaker.
That's exactly right. Anywho.
As I move on, as I transition.
Moving right along.
You know, I just one last thing on that because now you bring it up.
Yeah, sure.
There used to be like columnists in this city that I would read some of their stuff. It's like sports-wise. And I would see some of their race bait stuff and everything else. And I would always say to myself, listen, I can do what you do. You can't do what I do. And that has never been more evident than now at my point in my career where I'm like, you really only had one trick and that's why you're no longer there. I can't even find you where you write stuff anymore. Like, but that was your only thing.
Yep.
That was it. Tell me what Jemele Hill has besides I'm going to race bait.
I couldn't even tell you where she is. I don't know where. To your point, I don't even know that I've seen her. I've heard her name a couple times, maybe in a Twitter message.
Everything is but Trump.
Yeah, it's always
racist is but Trump, and that's all. If that's all you have,
I've not even seen a video of her lately.
I can do what you do. You can't do what I do.
She's non-existent and unimportant. Ronald Reagan had a strategy versus China, and I do believe that Donald Trump has a strong, necessary strategy versus China, our greatest enemy. The left has tried to tell you that it's Russia. It's not. Do we have to be best friends with Russia? No. Is there plenty wrong with Vladimir Putin? Yes. They're not even in the same stratosphere, if you ask me, Russia and China. China is the greatest enemy the United States have ever faced. Ronald Reagan recognized it, and I think Donald Trump does too. Mark Levin, he brought some of that stuff up.
The great one.
Yeah.
Mark Levin.
I like him a whole lot. I like to read him.
It's
more
a tough listen sometimes.
Yeah, that hybrid voice. Yeah, it's a little grating. But I love what he says. I just don't like to hear him actually say it.
Small connection to Mark Levin. So he has an ex-wife. Now, I don't know how many he has.
You're saying you have a small connection?
Small connection.
Okay.
So my in-laws bought Mark Levin's ex-wife's house years ago.
Oh, wow. All right.
Now, they've since moved on from that house. They're on like house number 2 or 3 from there. But at one point, they're like, have you ever heard of this guy, Mark Levin? And I'm like, have I heard of the great one?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Are you kidding? Have you read Liberty and Tyranny yet?
Right.
You know, I mean, that was, that's my small connection to Mark Levin. But yes, it's a tough listen. He had a really good post yesterday. And I think you want to talk about, and you made this point with Janelle, when you talked about how there are aspects of Reagan that you see with Donald Trump, that these are outside the establishment candidates that kind of came through in their own way, and here's how they have found their places and seats of power. He ends up writing, it's possible, this is Mark Levin, it's possible Trump is now doing to communist China what Reagan did to the Soviet Union, defeating them economically.
Without firing a bullet.
Don't have to drop any bombs. Here's what we're doing. In Reagan's case, he outspent the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union bankrupted themselves, basically trying to keep up with what we were doing. In this case, you have Donald Trump saying, if we level the playing field across the world for you all are not going to be able to function the way you do. And that's what he's done economically. He has boxed them into a corner where they have two choices. They can starve on their own, or they can try and come to the table to make things fair, and now that's going to drain their economic power. Or starve.
Yeah, it's up to you.
Which one you want?
However you'd like it. And we know, and we brought it up a million times, I'll bring it up again, she said 2027. So you have to act now. There was no waiting. And I don't know that there was a reason to wait to begin with, because he only has 4 years in office. That's the biggest reason to act. But then on top of that was Xi saying we're going to invade China by 2027. The Pentagon was rushing out the replicator program, which is that big drone program that we're already testing. It's in test with the military as it is now. That's all part of the strategy on protecting Taiwan and everything that comes out of there, because we need all those semiconductors. We need the things that Taiwan has. And look, we've pledged to protect them from mainland China.
Yeah, it's important for our technology.
It's totally. But even the promise that we made, we promised we were going, and we have that treaty, and we will, I do believe. But it came down to timing to me. You only got 4 years if you're Trump, and Xi gave you a target date. Those two things that are playing heavily, and that's why the heavy-handedness goes against China. Like Scott Besson said, Trump goaded them into doing what they've done to themselves with the 125% tariff now.
It is 4D chess. And that was interesting to hear Scott Bessent basically point out this was always part of the plan. Now, if the overall plan was resetting global markets,
which I do believe it's part of it,
that I believe is more in favor of the middle class in this country, markets that are working for you, you're not working for them, then this is how you do it. Now, I don't care, very simply, how we get there. Like, I ain't really interested in how the baby was made. You show me the baby.
Or the sausage.
In this case, I like the fact that I'm like, I see what you're doing. I see how it's winning. I see how it's working. Okay, I don't care if you stumbled onto this on accident.
Because that's what the left is trying to say.
Yeah, they're like, oh, you accidentally fell into it. And then then the silly part is their response is always like, see, that's the way they want you to talk about it with Trump. Like, the end result's the same.
They still won. China's still boxed in. And our allies now, because the Democrats had all beat and complained, that's all they did. Trump needs to back off of these tariffs. How I heard that for the last week solid. Now that he's done it, they're complaining that he's done it.
So this is Caroline Leavitt, and now she points out the overall strategy of this isolationist plan to stick China in a spot where the rest of the world is now looking at them saying, well, are y'all going to fix this or not?
If I could just add to what the secretary said, many of you in the media clearly missed the art of the deal. You clearly failed to see what President Trump is doing here. You tried to say that the rest of the world would be moved closer to China when in fact we've seen the opposite effect. The entire world is calling the United States of America, not China, because they need our markets, they need our consumers, and they need this president in the Oval Office to talk to them. And that's exactly why more than 75 countries have called, because the United States of America is the best place in the world to do business. And as the president has shown great courage, as the secretary has said, in choosing to retaliate against China even higher.
I want to make this one point, something for you to consider real quick. The other side can say, well, she's just lying. She's just a liar.
She's the mouthpiece.
She's just the mouthpiece of what Trump is lying about this. Let me be very clear about something. People that are very good with money, better than you, better than me, these people who have made a crazy amount of money in the marketplace, decide to have the single biggest day in 20 years in the stock market's recent history. The money flowed in because they went, this is the right thing to do. This is working. This has totally worked.
We're going to lean into it.
They bet with their money. They leaned into it with their money. This wasn't just an opinion or something that showed up on Fox News. People that have no concern about politics said this is the way to go, and they shot up and bought like crazy yesterday.
Another point that she made is that we're pushing our allies toward China. We're pushing our allies toward China. That was happening well prior to any discussion of Donald Trump and tariffs. That was happening under the Joe Biden administration. That was happening under Obama. The Chinese were growing and growing. And look, we've given them everything they wanted, and anything that we didn't give them, they took, they stole. Everybody was trending closer to China. It was just a natural reaction. Whether it's money and cheap goods, whatever. China was bailing countries out of debt to then hold them over a barrel and get what they wanted out of them, whether it was rare earths in Africa or in Panama, who had a huge debt. They were able to negotiate whatever their country, those companies were that took over the Panama Canal that now were taken back. All of those countries were already trending toward China. These tariffs did not cause that. They actually had the effect of pushing them away from China.
See, the complaint is going to be on the other side. I always tell you what the thinking on the other side is going to be so that you understand. When you hear the words start coming out of their mouth, you'll be like, oh, Lowe's told me exactly how this is going to be. For instance, I can point it out on MSNBC. Reporter argues bond market sell-off forced Trump to pause tariffs. All right, so then tell me why the rest of the world reacted in the way that they did. It was never going to be just about the bond sell-off.
No.
It was never going to be on the...
But that's the only out they have.
But that's the only out they have.
And so they're taking it.
It's like, this is what must have caused them to change.
Yeah.
No, the negotiation process. If it was so extreme, then it would have been, last week. Remember, these went into effect on April 2nd.
And why was Trump able to say the day before, hey, you better go buy the stock market today?
Go get in that marketplace.
You're telling me that he just made that off the cuff? Like why would he say that?
He told you all, go get into the marketplace. Go buy. Buy now.
And the people that did really reaped the benefits.
Yep, sure did.
He told you what he's going to do. Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 Tug and Los. Until 10, 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. When we come back, Steve Eisman will not ever be invited back to MSNBC. I'll play the audio for you, and you'll understand why. Next on Extra.
Get the latest breaking news and insight from the biggest conservative voices in the South when you follow Extra 106.3 across all your social media platforms. Find us on Facebook, X, Instagram, and YouTube at Extra 106.3.
Good morning, it's Los. Let's talk about Echo Power Equipment and Howard Brothers. Maybe you've noticed that yard is starting to green up. It's starting to come in. I know that I've got to get out my Echo Power Equipment. You probably have some outdoor projects now lined up as well as spring is here. You need Echo Power Equipment because they have the right tools for the job. Maybe it's a trimmer, maybe it's a blower, chainsaws, edgers. Echo delivers power, performance, and reliability to tackle any task out there. Whether you're cleaning up the yard, whether you're taking on a big project, Echo is going to help you get it done. So what do? You stop by your local Howard Brothers today and get the Echo power you need for every outdoor project. They have people who've worked at Howard Brothers 10, 20, and 30 years. You describe what you got, what the challenges are, or what your company needs. They will hook you up with the right Echo Power equipment. The grass is always greener when you take care of it with Echo and with Howard Brothers.
If you're the decision maker at your company, we have great news for you, for your HR department, and for your employees. A new and future-forward way to do health benefits is here from Thatch. Not only do your employees get better health benefits with Thatch, but you save an average of $1,620 per employee per year. That's right. You can save over $1,600 per employee per year. Plus, Thatch reduces the time your HR department spends administering benefits. Businesses all over the country love Thatch's breakthrough approach. Rather than a wasteful one-size-fits-all plan, Thatch empowers your employees by letting them customize their own benefits plans. And you save money and time while providing your employees with better health benefits, which works better for everyone. Book a demo with Thatch and we'll send you a $100 gift card. Visit thatch.ai/radio to book a demo for your gift card. That's THATCH.ai/radio. Thatch.ai/radio.
Calling all contractors. Stovall & Company Wholesale Landscape Supplies here for you.
We've been family owned and operated for more than 75 years, and we just opened our 11th location in Canton, Georgia.
We are proud to provide all your wholesale irrigation, nursery, and landscape supply needs.
We are partnered with Keystone Hardscape to offer a wide variety of products to enhance any outdoor living space.
Here at Stovall, we have it all. Check us out at StovallInc.com or visit any of our convenient locations throughout North Georgia.
This is Tom with the Honest Car Guy.
Hey, what's with all this honesty stuff?
We help you buy your next pre-owned car or truck honestly.
How honestly?
We guarantee that each vehicle we sell will come with a bill of sale showing what we paid for the vehicle. You'll pay what we pay, plus our disclosed fee guaranteed.
No gimmicks or tricks?
Nope.
Man, this sounds like a new way to buy a car.
Get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1 or visit honestcarguy.com.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. Okay, you're driving along. Suddenly you hear that horrible sound of metal and crunching. It's an accident. Even if it's a little minor fender bender, man, that could be a nightmare. First, obviously, take care of yourself. But before you make a deal with an insurance company or anybody else, call David Van Sant with Van Sant Law. You know why? Because he used to work for the insurance company, so he knows how to get the right settlement and right away. Van Sant Law. Don't forget, if you don't get paid, they don't get paid. Protecting your interests. Insurance is great, but it's complicated. 855-GA-INJURY or vansantlaw.com.
Hey, homeowners, it's Flounder, and I'm here to keep you warm.
Well, I won't, but my friends at Dobbs Heating and Air will. As a new homeowner myself, I prefer working with local, family-owned companies who value what matters to me and treats my home like it's their own. The Dobbs family have a passion for what they do, and taking care of people is their primary goal. So if your home needs help staying warm right now, call Dobbs Heating and Air and experience the Dobbs difference. And check them out online at dobbshvac.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your headlines for Thursday, April 10th. Cobb County schools are launching a new pilot program bringing virtual reality into classrooms. Teachers say it's a game changer for history and science lessons. Students at Marietta Middle School were the first to test the VR headsets, diving into interactive lessons on space exploration and Civil War history. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene announced a town hall event next week in Cobb County. Those wanting to attend the April 15th event must register online to find out the location. The first round of the 89th Masters Golf Tournament at Augusta National begins today. Scotty Scheffler looks to defend his title. Today's weather, a cold start this morning in the high 40s. Storms move in this afternoon with a possibility of hail and tornadoes. Scattered showers continue into Friday morning. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne.
Depending on the network, whatever you say will get you invited back or asked to never come back. Like if
I know that. Haven't done TV in about 4 years.
Yes. Do you want to explain why?
So I was doing an NBC, a local 11 Alive show, and I would go on their sports show on Sunday evenings. And I probably did it for about 2 or 3 years. So I'd have my suit game ready to go, throw in my little earpiece, and it's time to go do sports. Time to talk sports, Daddy. And this was, I think, maybe about May or June of 2020. And the host brought me on along with a friend of ours. And he starts asking about the Big Ten and the ACC, the Big Ten and the Pac-12 who've decided we're not playing football this year. Just out of the blue, it's like, we're not playing football. It's dangerous. And I started complaining about it. And by the time the person said, like, well, what do you think all this is about? Like, why do you think they're not going to play football, during this era of COVID? I go, control, societal control to keep everybody afraid. Yeah. And he looked shocked, and he looked over at the other panelists. And he's like, what do you think? He goes, I think what he thinks.
I think he's exactly right.
And I think that was the end for both of us. I know it was the end for me to tell you that COVID is a nothing burger for 21-year-old top
healthy
of physical
people.
Condition athletes. Yeah. That was the end of Los getting to do sports locally on television.
So I will repeat what I said. Depending on what you say.
Yes, it happens.
On television will either get you invited back oftentimes or be not ever invited back again. Steve Eisman, probably know him because The Big Short, the book and the movie is based on him. He said some things on CNBC that will probably not get him invited back anytime soon.
He's already known as kind of a weirdo to start with.
Yeah, he is a peculiar fellow.
He is a peculiar fellow.
No doubt about it. But what he said on Fast Money on CNBC is the reason he won't get invited back. Listen to this.
If reasonable heads prevail, Trump will get pretty much what he wants. There's the people in the markets who are upset that they've lost money, and I'm not going to kid you, I'm one of those people. But then there are everybody else in the country who lost their jobs in their towns. They're cheering. Who voted for the president? They did. So, I mean, look, you can agree with President Trump, you can disagree with President Trump. One thing I actually find extremely admirable about him is one of the few politicians in my lifetime who actually does what he says he's going to do. He has told you that he was going to do this for years, and now he's gone and done it, and everybody's shocked that he fulfilled his promise. They didn't take him seriously.
And he said he was going to do what he's doing right now in 1988 on the Oprah Winfrey Show. He said it in 1995 on, I think it was 60 Minutes. You correct me if I'm wrong about that. He has said it numerous times on major platforms, and now he's doing it. And all Steve Eisman is saying is he's doing exactly what he said he was going to do, exactly what people voted for him to do. So when you hear us say, that's what I voted for, that's what we're referring to.
The first time that I remember seeing Donald Trump take part in a political discussion, it was on Greta Van Susteren. I'm just like flipping through channels, and I'm like, oh, I don't know Donald Trump from anyone else. Just, he's a reality TV star. And yeah, I know that he's got a bunch of towers and hotels with his name on it, and he's a New York real estate guy. That's what I know of him.
Probably about as much as I know about Steve Eisman, other than the fact that The Big Short's based on him.
Steve Carell plays in the movie. He's very
exactly
funny.
Right. Yeah.
Very funny character. But I remember listening to him talk about what the Chinese were doing with their steel and how it was affecting the American steel industry and how they were messing with the market and how they were cheating the market. Now, it's been a minute since Greta Van Susteren had a show on cable news.
Yeah.
Like I firmly believe I saw this in like 2008.
That sounds about right.
2007.
On
It was
Fox News.
And so he was saying it then. They might have even been on CNN. Like she was.
Oh yeah, I forgot she was at CNN.
She was at
for a long
CNN.
time. Yeah, that's right.
This was Donald Trump showed up as a he wasn't a Republican, he wasn't a Democrat, he was just a businessman talking about business. And so none of this is surprising. I'm right there when Steve Eisman's like, "What are you surprised about?" He told you what he's doing.
And has been for years.
He telegraphed it to the entire market, and for some reason, maybe it's just the hatred of Donald Trump, you had a portion of people that chose not to believe him.
She's doing a Newsmax show nowadays.
Yeah.
CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, and now Newsmax.
I think I saw her on CNN.
Yeah, okay, it's very possible. But smart lady. I can't say that I've spent a lot of time with her, over the years, but
very bland, but very get to the point.
But she's a lawyer. She's a smart lady.
That's what she is. Again, you're not getting the fireworks. That's not her show.
No, it's not what she does.
It's not Megyn Kelly when she's now calling you a bee,
dude. She's my favorite.
I know.
Always has been. There's an
edge. There's an edge to Megyn Kelly, whereas Greta is more of your
smoking.
Greta
like
is
the azaleas.
Yes,
he does like the azaleas. Greta is more of your. I'm going to ask you questions as an attorney. We're going to get to the bottom of this.
Right, which is great conversation.
Yeah,
actually, I think now it's probably more more accepted now than it ever has been in a podcast form where people do sit down.
Yeah, a little more long form.
Yeah.
She was the person that I remember more so than anyone else. We've now seen this with a handful of other people. You now have the 30-minute news show or your hour news show, but there'll be 15 or 20 minutes of an actual sit-down interview. Mm-hmm. And there might be a couple breaks involved, but it's at least it's a little bit more long form for TV purposes.
And it hadn't been that way in 20 years.
Yeah.
I mean, it is hit and run. And now it is slow because podcasts
Like Sean Hannity's done more of this now.
That's right. Yeah.
I'll sit down and we're going to have a discussion and it's going to be over this amount of time. But Tucker Carlson, when it comes to politics, I think was really the person who, when you said, okay, I'm taking away my show, now I'm going to do these long-form podcast interviews.
That he probably wanted to do anyway.
Similar to what you're seeing with Joe Rogan, except it's going to be like very hardcore politics.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't shy away from it. And speaking of Newsmax, that network has grown exponentially.
Sure has.
In the falling ratings of CNN and MSNBC, that network continues to just really get big. I don't spend a lot of time with them. I don't spend a lot of time with Fox News either, for that matter. But the whole point is that these networks that Greta is now showing up on are doing incredibly well. So there's probably a lot of people listening now that goes, "Oh, I know exactly where Greta is. I see her at night."
One of the smart things that they did was that they were not dependent on what cable service provider they were.
That's right.
They had a digital product that you could access because
you get it on Pluto, free TV.
You can get it all over the
direct
place.
TV.
Yes, I remember going to Newsmax, and this was after the 2020 election, because I felt like the only place where they were talking about, hey, we have some real irregularities in some of these vote counts and some of this stuff, was through Newsmax. It's the only people you would find talking about this. Remember, Fox News had decided that they were going to divest themselves and get rid of any of their connections to Donald Trump. They made it a point, y'all aren't talking about him. Mm-hmm. Then, Tucker, you got to go too.
That's right. And it blew up in their face.
It sure did.
And now they're back to talking about Donald Trump every day out of necessity, but they were doing it even leading into the campaign.
But Newsmax was the only place where you could find them talking about, for instance, the water main break at the time. State Farm Arena.
Yeah.
That's they were like, why did this happen? There's no work order here. Like, these are the things that we were talking
repaired.
About. Right. What? They were the only ones discussing it. So now the payoff is that Newsmax could continue to grow because they haven't altered their format. They just said, all right, we'll wait.
We believe in this and we're going to follow it through.
So good for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's how I put a bow on that one. By the way, can I give you an update on our poll?
Yep.
So we had a poll. This was based off an off-air conversation that because Masters Week is what it is, do people know who the defending champion is. And I think it's easier because you're asking for Scotty Scheffler to go back-to-back, who won last year, and can you win basically 3 in 4 years, I believe is what the number would be. That's a rarity. And so he's the betting favorite. He's that guy. But until Jerry brought it up, had you asked me, hey, who's the reigning Masters champion? It would have taken me a second to be like, and then I would have eventually, Scotty
I wouldn't
Scheffler.
have gotten it. I don't believe I would have gotten it.
And so that was the question, like, do people know this offhand? And we were curious about our audience. As of now, 65% say that they know who the Masters reigning champ is.
I don't believe
25 are being honest, say they
25 are being honest. And then how many on, I'm just here
9% say,
okay, so
I just like the azaleas. So 34% of the audience just said, I don't know.
One thing that made me remember his name from last year, he had such a great year, and he had that run-in in Kentucky when he got
with the officer.
Yes.
And he did his
That's
warm-up
one thing that stuck
stretches
out for me.
in the jail cell.
Yeah.
But if you'd have not brought that up, I wouldn't have remembered that. I wouldn't have been able to pull that.
That's part of his year.
Yeah.
Like what makes his year so
that's
famous
right.
is like, and then he tried to go to another mate and then he got pulled over and detained.
But then the bigger question became, do you know who won it 2 years ago? Because Dre asked that, and I was like, I have no idea. And it happened to be John Rahm because you either told me or we looked it up. I don't believe most people can tell you year to year who wins the Masters. I know it's the most important, especially in Georgia. Unless you're dialed into golf, like a Jason Gorman, one of our sales guys, or like people that keep up with golf every day, do I think that you can pull this? You compared it to the Kentucky Derby, which I think is a great comparison.
An event.
It's such an event. If you ask people about it, yes, I know the pimento cheese sandwich, I know the green jacket, I know the azaleas. Kentucky Derby, I know it's obviously a big, huge horse race. People wear big hats and drink mint juleps. That's what I know.
I will say, and I do this knowing that I should be shamed for this. Florida, UConn. All right, who won the college basketball national championship before then? Can't tell you because I don't follow college basketball that way anymore.
Yeah.
I can tell you about college football. I can tell you about the NFL. I have a pretty good handle on recent history of Major League Baseball because I've seen the Braves and the Rangers both win it. And obviously with the Dodgers this past year. But this is not a regular thing for me to be able to pick out Masters winners from like 5 years ago. I can take out moments where we all saw it together and went, wow, that was an incredible shot.
Yeah.
I was there for
the
that
Tiger
Sunday.
comeback year.
All of it. Like I can tell you those moments, but I can't go, oh, remember back over in 06 when this happened? Like everyone is able to talk about Jack Nicklaus winning in 86. That Sunday in 86 because he was the old man there. Tiger Woods winning, 5 years ago as the old man there. And then there's just these assorted moments where when Tiger destroyed the course in like 99 where they were like, oh my God, never seen something like this.
This is amazing.
But there are those handful of moments. And I think that's all you're looking for on Sundays. Like give me a cool tournament and moments on Sunday.
But that's the thing. I think when you call those out loud, I'm like, yep, I remember them all. But if you were to ask me to start pulling them, I don't know that I'd be able to.
I talked about this with Jerry, and Jerry's face lit up in a certain way this morning. We were talking about Bubba Watson's shot from the woods.
Yeah.
Like, that was a moment where you said, how?
Yeah,
like,
just looking at it, it's like, there's no way.
There's no way.
He's
staring straight out at the fairway in the woods, and he hits this hook that just makes, remember, he's left-handed too, that makes his right-hand turn and head straight for the green.
And he has a General Lee.
Put
it out of the pine straw, too?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was one of those shots where you're like, was I there for that? I saw that. I don't know how you did it.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
How do you make
but
that
those are the moments I believe in. I think people know more moments than if you were able to name Scotty Scheffler, good for you. It would have taken me a minute, but then I would have been like, oh yeah, okay.
He's pretty good, that fella. That little golf game.
By the way, we do have our green card available.
Yes,
we are down to less than 100. You need to get on this. You go to 680thefan.com. You'll see a banner page right up front. You can click on that for the green card. We give you 6 rounds of golf at some of the best courses around this town. Typically, that's going to cost you about $700. No, not with the green card. It's $249. So if you're trying to find like an early gift for anybody, something for a golfer, get over the 680fan.com page.
Stone Mountain Golf Club, Collins Hill,
Mystery Valley. Sequoia is an awesome course over in the Carolinas.
Cherokee Run, Country Club of Gwinnett. includes a cart too.
Yep.
Dude,
you're all set.
Count me in for the car. I ain't walking it. I just ain't going to. I mean, I don't play enough, but even I ain't walking it. And I'm good for 9 holes, y'all. Like, I start getting tired at 9 holes. At that point, I just start hitting the ground.
He really is a sloth.
No, I am, dude. The sloth is my spirit animal.
Spirit animal is slothy.
Without a doubt. I was talking to my mom about this the other day. She's gotten to the point where now she's retired even from driving a school bus. She was like, I just enjoy doing nothing. And I was like, Mama, I'm already there. Like, I'm 30 years behind you, and I'm already there. I'm a sloth. I love sloths.
Mama, I'm tired.
All the time, Mama.
It's just the morning, son.
I know. I'm already tired. Got to slow down, boy. That's what she'll tell me. You got to slow down. Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra and Extra 106.3 when we come back. The doctor who was disbarred for telling you the truth about vaccines and kids. I want you to hear from him. It's so compelling. And it does tie in my mama because she has always had a fear, a concern about vaccines. I'll tie the whole story together next on Extra 106.3.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. These are your sports headlines for Thursday, April 10th. The Atlanta Braves dropped the second game of their series with the Philadelphia Phillies last night, 4-3. Game 3 will be this evening. Spencer Schwellenbach will be on the mound for the Braves. He'll be opposed by Jesus Luzardo. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear that game on our sister stations app, 680 The Fan. The opening round of the Masters begins today from Augusta. Defending champ Scottie Scheffler will tee off in the 10 a.m. hour. And the Atlanta Hawks are in Brooklyn tonight to take on the Nets. The Hawks are a double-digit betting favorite in that game. Tip-off is set for 7:30. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
You love your home? I mean, it's your biggest investment. This is probably going to help you retire. So I would say the answer is yes. Now, maybe you're in a position where, your house is too big, you're empty nester, it's time to start paring it down a little bit. Or, you're just got a growing family and it's time to sell and whatever. I don't know about you, but either one of those situations, you got to get the house in order. You want it to be the envy of the neighborhood. You want it to look as best it can, right? I mean, it's so important to pull up and be proud of your house because you're paying for it regardless. You can pull up to your house and not like it, still got to make the payment. You pull up to it and love it and still got to make the payment. So let me talk to you about Southern Exteriors. They can turn that home into the envy of the neighborhood for you. Whether you feel that way about it or not, maybe you used to, don't anymore, or there's just repairs that just need to be done and you can't let down your biggest asset. You just can't let it go into ruin. You can't. But let's go. We'll take it to the side of, hey, let's make it the envy of the neighborhood, something you're proud of. Let's not even go the negative route. Southern Exteriors can do that for you. They've been doing it for, since 1999. Long time. Over 200,000 projects across Metro Atlanta. Right now, they're offering 0% financing for 12 months or 10% off any job, no matter how big the job is. Windows, doors, siding, roofing, gutters, millwork. They do everything to the exterior of your house. They have a foreman on site to make sure it goes just the way you want it to. And let me tell you, I've been doing interior remodeling, and it has not gone to plan. We're hoping it'll be done at the end of the month after 7 months of putting up with not ideal situations. Southern Exteriors will not treat you that way. Call them today, 8779-SOUTHERN, or southernexteriors.co is their website, southernexteriors.co.
Hey, it's Mike with Atlanta Painting Company. Spring is sprung, so let's get your home looking fresh. Right now, save 10% on any paint job Atlanta Painting Company does for you this spring. Atlanta Painting Company is still Atlanta's biggest family-owned and run painting company, and we are passionate about making your family's home look great. So get in touch. Head to atlantapaintingcompany.com to save 10% on any paint job this spring. Atlanta Painting Company, the painters you can trust.
The smallest Mercedes-Benz SUV goes big on innovation with a virtual voice assistant, dual 10.25-inch displays, and wireless CarPlay standard. A hybrid 221 horsepower Turbo 4 8-speed transmission and 18-inch wheels are wrapped in sporty style. Get an exceptional offer on the 2025 Mercedes-Benz GLA 250 SUV. Just $409 per month for 39 months with $43.83 due at signing exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this vehicle and many other models during the RBM of Atlanta's spring sales event. Visit today to see how to qualify. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta, Sandy Springs through April 30th, 2025. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia lemon law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit us at rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
Atlanta, it's Mark from the Safe House. Now that President Trump has unburdened us from what could have been, our country's finally headed in the right directions. But the Democrats are screaming and yelling and losing their minds. And unfortunately, the bad guys are still here and they want your stuff. Thank you, Joe Biden. And customers are still reporting break-ins and thefts of their hard-earned valuables. Don't wait till it's too late. Get a quality safe from the Safe House. We carry the largest selection of safes in the Southeast. And remember, gun safes are sales tax free at Atlanta Safe House. So give us a call or go to atlantasafehouse.com.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
Stovall & Company is a locally owned and operated family business that has been around for 75 years, offering quality wholesale landscape supplies to North Georgia. We just opened our 11th location in Canton, Georgia at 9500 Union Hill. Stovall provides contractors with personalized expert service from special requests to direct job site delivery for hassle-free jobs and quality relationships at competitive prices. From plants to irrigation to hardscapes, Stovall truly has it all. Check us out at StovallInc.com.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
261 criminal illegal aliens, MS-13, Tren de Aragua, put on planes and sent to Central America and marched into a terrorist holding facility. Thank you, President Trump.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra. I've told you I was kicked out of kindergarten a couple times because Mama wouldn't get me vaxxed. I
love that story.
It's the truth, man. We need to call her on and have her on one day to have her explain it.
We're worried about him giving everybody tetanus.
That's right. But
he's tetanus. Coward.
He is non-vaccinated child. We're kicking him out of class, and until you get this, whatever the vax was, or a couple vax, he can't come back. She finally gave in. Later down the road, she adopted my cousin, my adopted sister, Whitney. She, to this day, and we had this discussion recently, she has a few things that are going on there, but autism is one of them. And my mama can almost narrow it down, at least in her opinion, of when it happened.
Can I tell you that is not foreign for a lot of these parents that deal with this they can almost pinpoint say, this is when we saw it.
I always doubted her, dude. I really did. And I'm embarrassed to say it. I was like, Mama, I don't know. Are you sure? And she never wavered. She was like, I can tell you to the point where I saw things changing.
1 in 10,000 has been the typical autism numbers. We're now, I believe the numbers are 1 in 36. And yet, the Anthony Fauci's of the world, who everyone who listens to this knows I'm not a big fan of, he's the one who will end up telling you, well, that's just because we're better at diagnosing it now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know. I hear
really?
It over and over and over.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure I believe it. I want you to hear from Dr. Paul Thomas, MD. He is a doctor out in Oregon. And he said he only used data from his office, and he's been in practice for years and years, to do a bit of a study, and he said the kids that were vaxxed less are healthier now. Listen to him and see if this resonates, knowing my background, knowing what my experience has been, if it resonates with you.
We looked at every single patient born into my practice, and this was the largest real-world patient data, vaxxed, unvaxxed. And what we found, Del, was actually even mind-boggling for myself. And what I was clearly seeing was these kids don't get sick. They don't get chronic conditions. Well, the data spoke for itself. Over time, over that 10 and a half years, the more vaccines you had, the worse you were, for whether we looked at infections, ADD, ADHD, neurodevelopmental issues, eczema, allergies. It doesn't matter what we looked at, even just plain old anemia skyrockets in the vaccinated when compared to the blue line, the unvaccinated.
Wow.
This data is so powerful that within 5 days of it being available online, they yanked my license. I was supposedly a threat to public health.
Let that sink in for a minute.
That's typical. That's what happens.
Right? But the man just showed you, he mapped it all out from his own experience. He wasn't pulling from inside other doctors' offices, only his own office that he had been working in for years and years. And he just charted what was evident, what was in front of him. And they said he was a threat to public health.
I have pointed this out, and I believe more people have come around with when their eyes have been open to this. I was like, you think you have a doctor-patient relationship that's based on, I'm sick or I have an issue, you're going to help me. You don't recognize it as an industry because you haven't ever been told it's an industry. When you walk into a car dealership, you know there's going to be games played. That's part of the game. You know that. You walked into the dealership. How can I help you? Why don't we take a look at this car? Why don't we see if we can put you in this car and drive it around? Okay, what would you like your payments to be? This is all part of the dance. All right, you don't recognize at times that that's exactly what's happening when you walk into your doctor's office. It's how do we get at your insurance and what stuff can we get you on so we can bonus off it? And so if you do anything to hurt the industry,
They're
coming
out. After you. They're coming after you. And so now with my background, my mom was anti-vax where anti-vax was cool. Not all of them. She just wasn't sure what she wanted. And
if anything, the sequence is what should be questioned.
Absolutely. And the amount. Are there vaccines that work properly? Yes. Yes, there are. So I say anti-vax kind of tongue-in-cheek. But
like our pediatrician, they made it a point to delay the period in which you were getting these. So it wasn't, I'm taking 4 shots in a day, here's what we're doing. Instead, it was, we'll have this, and then you'll come back, this, and this. And I don't know if the data is any better on the outcomes, but I have not had the experience that your mom did.
So she wouldn't get me vaxxed, at least partially. Then fast forward.
He's going to get lockjaw.
That's right. If he steps on a rusted nail, he's in trouble. She had that. And then fast forward to adopting my sister. She can tell you the moment that things changed. She feels so strongly about it, and I doubted. I did. And then I see more and more evidence that tells me, once again, I should not doubt my mama. But then take it a step further. I'll add this in there, and I didn't even think about this until just now. My own son. He's born. He had 9 food allergies. And they kept getting worse and worse and worse. Milk, eggs, peanuts, fish, shellfish, wheat, oats, barley, rice. Anything that was a pretty much a filler in foods he could not have.
I know that we're not able to take small examples and then say, okay, that's what it is, right?
You're right.
But now that we've been food coordinators on our volleyball teams for the last several years, and basically all that means is that we go to Easy Cater, we set up the account, and then people pick out what they want for the volleyball tournament. The amount of girls that we have on teams that have different allergies are insane.
Why?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Because I just don't. I recall when I was growing up, I had one friend who he had diabetes. One friend. Now the issues that so many kids have dietarily or anything else, they're so much more prevalent. And you can't tell me it's just, well, we've just been able to figure out how to diagnose it better.
That doctor would argue with you.
Yes, he would.
And his evidence.
And based on his evidence.
Would give you good reason to question. And now I do too. I guess it's welcome to the party for me. I don't know. I was late to the game like I am on most everything.
Getting his license pulled should let you know. It's like, you're on the right track.
You're over the target.
Yes.
Isn't that the way it always works?
You're a threat to health care.
What did Elon Musk say? The people that scream the loudest are usually the ones breaking the law. They're usually the ones causing the problem or being fraudulent. He's like, I learned that at PayPal. I learned that at Twitter. And I'm seeing it now in the federal government as I try to curtail waste, fraud, and abuse. It's unbelievable, man. It really is. Just listening to him, and there was so much more, just listening to him has helped me re-examine a whole lot of things. Maybe it does to you, too. I don't know. 404-741-1230. 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert, 770-GET-HEAT. CentralHeat.com is their website. Tug and Los until 10. Chuck Schumer tried to push the Trump slump. Did you hear this yesterday? And how he looks
Things are bad.
Now he looks like a complete buffoon. So many. He's not the only one. We're going to play him just because he used the Trump slump line. And I mean, obviously that got everybody's attention because it turned out to be completely wrong. Not surprising. Completely wrong. Anyway, we'll talk about it next on Extra.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Okay, I'm going to share with you some of my thoughts on Donald Trump, the tariffs, and the stock market. What is really going on? Bear in mind, I am not at all an expert, so you should not pay any attention to anything I say. Couple of facts to bear in mind. Trump is a deal maker. He wrote the book. Biden could have written The Art of Politics, but not The Art of the Deal. Another point. The media despises Donald Trump. They are an arm of the Democrat Party. They are going to do whatever they need to do to promote the most negative news and ideas on this tariff fight that they possibly can. Bearing that in mind, let's look at what has happened. Trump slams almost the whole world with massive tariffs. Immediately, though this is not getting a lot of coverage, over 70 nations contact the White House, hey, we want to negotiate. The art of the deal again. Trump says, okay, I'll back off on the tariffs so we can negotiate a deal. We've got 90 days. China, however, says, F you, Donald, we're going to raise the tariffs to 100 squillion%. The Chinese economy, folks, in case you don't know, is in real trouble. So Donald says, well, China doesn't want to negotiate. Let's slam them with more tariffs while I negotiate with the rest of the world. The end result may well be that China will be horribly weakened by this whole debacle, while the United States will gain more favorable and fair trade status with the rest of the world, the European Union, India, you name it. China caught with their pants down. I think investors see what Trump is doing. That's why the stock market is going up. We'll see, but remember, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Oh, one more thing. Watch Iran. Negotiations this week on a new nuclear deal with them. If they don't come to the table, all hell is going to break loose. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/score. Ethos.com/score.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
Less inflation. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Amid all the worry about Trump tariffs spiking up prices, we just learned inflation declined slightly in March from February, and the consumer price index also went down annually. Fox Business Network's Cheryl Casoni.
Month over month, the headline number, negative 0.1%. Year over year, we came in, headline number 2.4%. Wall Street was looking for 2.6%. So that's lighter than expected.
And that's also a drop from the 2.8% annual inflation in February. One price that keeps rising, though, eggs. A new record high, $6.23 a dozen on average, continuing the increase blamed on a bird flu outbreak. Now a tariff update.
Yesterday, the European Union finalised a set of tariffs on US goods. Today, it's put them on hold. The EU responding in kind to President Donald Trump's announcement that most of the trade tariffs he planned to impose are being frozen for 90 days.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. President Trump's reciprocal tariff pause came after many countries came forward to negotiate. Top White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett tells Fox.
We've already got offers on the table for more than 15 countries. 15 countries. Great. Now, that doesn't mean there's a deal, but it means that you've heard the much larger number for people who call and they want to talk.
But China's not negotiating. President Trump raised tariffs on Chinese goods to 125%. On Wall Street the day after a big stock rebound reacting to the tariff pause, selling may return. Dow futures down 700 points. The House may vote today on what President Trump calls a big, beautiful bill. The Senate's budget blueprint funding his agenda. He just posted on Truth Social it's coming along really well. It includes the biggest tax cuts in history, extending the 2017 cuts. But a vote on that bill was postponed last night. Some Republicans are opposed, prompting GOP Congressman Derek Van Orden to say,
there is a small group once again in the Republican conference that thinks that they got 77 million votes and that they're the president of the United States. They're enough.
An American jailed in Russia for treason, Ksenia Karolina, was released today in a prisoner swap with the U.S. America's listening to Fox News.
When you hear the term living better, what do you think about? More money? A bigger house? Maybe a yacht? What about how you feel physically? How you wake up each day? How you sleep? What activities you can and cannot do? When you feel good, life is good. So if pain is affecting your life, see how Relief Factor can help. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, it doesn't just mask pain temporarily. It helps reduce or even eliminate pain. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So give their 3-week quick start a try. It's only $19.95, less than $1 a day. And it just takes a phone call, 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're hurting, in 3 weeks or even days, Relief Factor can give you a chance to rediscover the true meaning of living better again. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
Want weather? Grab your phone. Need traffic? Grab your phone. Conservative news and talk, also on your phone. Get the Extra 1063 app.
Tug and Los until 10. 404-741-1230 at Extra 1063 across the social media platforms, no matter how you're listening. Preferred method on the Extra 1063 app. You can listen live and on demand there. But traditional ways, 1063 FM, 1230 AM on the Extra 1063 YouTube channel. Good morning.
Hello, YouTube.
Streaming extra1063.com. And there's just a dozen ways. I mean, there's a dozen apps that you can listen to. But we just appreciate you being here.
Can I give you a poll update?
Yes, please. Because we asked this morning, do you know who won the Masters last year? Yes or no, or you just like the Azaleas?
Right. And so as of now, Scotty Scheffler, who did win the Masters last year, 66% of our Morning Extra audience
liars
say they immediately would be like, yeah, Scotty Scheffler.
I don't believe that. I don't believe it, dude.
I think that the other 35% of the audience, the 23% who say they don't know and 10% say they like the Azaleas, I think having a third of our audience who are just, it's not hey, I know who did.
It's not front and center.
I think that's pretty regular. I mean, if you went down the hall and you were to ask our sports teams, our sports guys, and say, hey, who won the Super Bowl last year? I think every single one of them is going to say the Eagles.
Every one of them.
If you were to say, name both senators in the state of Georgia, no chance.
Not a possibility.
Okay, but I'm saying our audience is more plugged in, but even still 35% of them are going, I don't know, I'm here for the cool tournament.
I think it's closer. Maybe. I think it's flip of a coin. That's just me personally. Because I think it's easy, just to say yes. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know that people would have said yes last week, but in the build-up to this week, it's been in the news enough. Like,
I think that's a good point.
I couldn't tell you who won the Daytona 500 this year right now. But next year in February, when they start building it up, I can probably pull that out.
That's a really good point.
Hearing it in the background enough.
Yeah, I would know. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, neither.
And I watched a portion of the Daytona 500 because it was on. It's a great American race. And
Trump took the lap.
Looks cool. Yeah.
He had the beast out there.
Yeah, he had the beast out there. It was so cool.
Yeah, Trump won this year.
That's right, he did.
That's who won it.
Because that's what you remember about it. He did win.
They went wild.
Dude, it was nuts.
Was it Chris Stapleton that did the anthem this year, too, I think? Maybe. I remember some cool stuff happened.
I don't think because Stapleton's retired from doing anthems.
Did he really?
Yeah, he just says he didn't do them anymore.
The only thing I can tell you about from NASCAR typically, okay, and again, I'm not hating on NASCAR, it's just I don't follow it in the same way, is that Trump rode around in the Beast, and that's where F. Joe Biden started from.
Yes. Right?
That's where
I
it
didn't even
started.
those right.
Those are the two moments.
They're saying, let's go Brandon.
Oh, they're saying, let's go Brandon. No, they're not. They most certainly were not.
But again, that's the Super Bowl for NASCAR.
Right,
and whether you're a fan or not, everybody notices, February, Daytona 500.
Daytona 500, it's the start of the season. They start with the Super Bowl, which is fun and unique.
Technical Sergeant Michael J. Aleo sang the national anthem at the Daytona 500 this year. He is a member of the United States Air Force. So, yeah, Chris Stapleton, I don't know if this is the one you're thinking about. Stapleton blew it out of the water at the Super Bowl, I think the one in L.A. a couple years ago.
Yeah, he just played guitar, right? He didn't sing.
And unbelievable. Like, it's up there with Whitney Houston, that good. I mean, those are the two that I think are probably the best of all time. And you could argue it either way. It's whatever you like, I guess. Whitney's always been the greatest, but I think Stapleton gave her a run for her money. Stapleton was so stinking good.
William Byron
won the race this year?
Back-to-back Daytonas.
Oh, wow. I don't even know who William Byron
24
is.
and 25. Yeah, it's not a...
Is that terrible?
I love NASCAR names.
Yeah, they're good.
Okay, like Joey Logano, Denny Hamlin, Kurt Busch. These are names where I'd be like, oh, I know who that person is.
Awesome Bill from Dawsonville.
Yeah, that's right.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr., great hair. Like, I know, I'm good enough.
Chase, Chase Elliott is, I guess that's everybody around here's favorite because he's from Dawsonville.
I'm just removed from the days of Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon, where those were the household names and they were on every commercial.
It was so funny where my son plays baseball.
Y'all didn't even say Dale, man. Raise hell, praise Dale.
Hey, 3 for Dale, y'all.
That's right.
Man, I one time made one joke about that, and the guy looked like he wanted to cut me.
Yeah, let me tell you, people love Dale.
Listen, Dale's that's the intimidator, man. That dude's real.
Dale. Dude.
And if you want to watch one of the worst movies of all time, watch the ESPN movie, the Dale Earnhardt movie.
I've never seen it.
I have seen
when
that.
ESPN had a production company. This is back when ESPN decided that we're not only going to be a phone company, which they were way ahead on that. Like, it totally failed. I mean, millions and millions and millions of dollars where they had ESPN the phone. They were trying to deliver you smartphone technology with ESPN built in. It wasn't ready for it. But they also then gave you a couple of movies, like The Junction Boys, which was not a bad movie. Junction, Texas. Here's Paul Bear Bryant.
Remember this.
Texas A&M, what he did to them in Junction, Texas. Actually, it was a solid sports movie. They also gave you that Dale Earnhardt movie.
And it was not.
It's bad. It's real bad.
It's bad. That's great.
Like there's a moment. I'm trying to remember the actor's name. He plays the sniper in Saving Private Ryan, and he also was the main lead hero in Battlefield Earth.
Did he play Dale Earnhardt?
Yes. And he has a moment where he says, "I just want to race, Daddy." And that was the moment where you went, "This movie is awful."
Barry Pepper.
Yeah. "I just want to race, Daddy."
Oh my God. Yeah, it looks awful. It's probably why I never watched it. And I mean,
I'm going to see if I can find that line somewhere.
I love Dale Earnhardt, And I even liked Dale Earnhardt Jr. for that matter when he was racing a little bit. I stopped watching NASCAR as often. It was pretty much when I was in the Navy because you didn't really have the opportunity anymore, and I just never picked it back up. It's so much fun to go to races. Like to go to Atlanta Motor Speedway, it is a daggone ball. The people watching tops anything you can do at the airport. It is unbelievable. And if you get down where they, in the infield where they have them big Bortz type buses and incredible pull behinds and fifth wheels and RVs and whatever, those people have more fun than should be allowed.
All I want to do is race, Daddy.
There it is! Yes!
Look at you go.
Oh, thank you.
All I want to do is race, Daddy. I don't want your life.
Yeah. It's so terrible. It's so bad.
That's what it sounded like to me. I don't want your life.
I just want to race, Daddy.
I just want to race, Daddy. Dude, I don't expect
that's what I have filed away in my brain.
I love it, dude. That's quality right there. I think it is anyway. Just because sometimes the worst is the best, right? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, you watch a movie and those terrible lines in a terrible movie, and you're able to pull that, and you get a good laugh at it because it's so bad that it's good.
It was terrible.
Yeah, but I'm saying that line is so bad that it's good.
Yes, that line has sat with me for like 20 years.
Yeah.
Because it like shattered my soul.
I wonder if it was before or after Talladega Nights.
Oh, it was well before.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe there might have been some inspiration there.
When did Talladega Nights come out? That was 06, so 2 years before.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody was watching that and said, we can do, there's something here.
We can do this.
And then NASCAR has been very public about saying, we regret ever getting really involved in this movie because they made us look like a fool.
Yeah. One of my favorite parts of Talladega Nights, and it's strictly the visual, so it doesn't do anything for us on the air. It's when they show his competitor, the gay Frenchman driver, and they show his like what he enjoys to do with his husband in the French countryside. Yeah. And they go back to the studio host, and they're both like
nothing,
just shocked.
Yeah.
Just look on their face of like,
oh my God.
It's like
so
Jean Girard,
yes,
with his husband Dave. It's like so funny.
Oh my God, it is. There's so much good out there. It makes me want to watch Talladega Nights again. It's one of those.
It still works. It stands up.
Every time it's on, I watch it. When Ricky Bobby thinks he's on fire, maybe the funniest thing I've ever seen in my whole life.
My friend's on invisible fire.
Right.
I don't know why it's always stuck with me, but there's the scene where John C. Reilly calls him. He's now run him out of the house, and Ricky Bobby's living on his own. And he calls him. He's obviously John C. Reilly's character, shacked up with his wife and living in his house.
Yeah.
And he's like, hey, man, how do you turn on the TV and the stereo at the same time? He's like, why would you want to do that? And he just goes, because I like to party. My wife will be like, why are you doing that? Why'd you want to do that? Because I like to party.
This is those great one-liners. It totally does. God, so good.
Yeah, that's all I hear, though, when I hear that. All I want to do is drive, Daddy, is if you ain't first, you're last.
If you ain't first, you're last. See you when you grow up.
That's right.
I want to go fast.
And then I don't even think the scene made the movie. It was in the trailer, and it was the scene where his daddy's teaching him to drive, and he puts the Cougar in the back seat.
Oh no, it's in the movie.
No, I know, but the one line that I don't think made the movie, I'm pretty sure it didn't, because I've looked for it. He was like, "I can't concentrate now. I got a Cougar on me."
Okay,
it's in the trailer, but not in the movie.
Okay, I'll point this out to you. I think you might have seen a TBS version where they reduce down some of it. Because that's part when he starts to panic.
Yeah,
the Cougar's on him.
Yeah. But
and now he gets out of the car, and that's when he has his shirt all torn up.
Yeah.
He goes home to his mama and has to explain.
Could be. Maybe that's what it is. But brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And I'll tell you, I'm still fascinated by NASCAR. Like if Jacob was playing a baseball tournament up in Charlotte at one point, and we drove by some of the Charlotte Motor Speedway, and you saw DEI, Dale Earnhardt Enterprise, or whatever it is, or whatever it stands for. But and I remember seeing the cars, and the haulers, and it. Dude, I'm still fascinated by it. Though I don't watch it with any regularity anymore. We play it, you can listen to NASCAR here on Sundays on Xtra. But I'm still fascinated by the fact that these teams are able to do what they do and build these cars. And I love the premise. I love all of it.
Honestly, I think it's more interesting to me than horse racing.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, obviously, you're doing what you're doing with a horse, and that's cool. There's something about building up not just like a man, but a machine for a moment.
But the problem I think NASCAR has done is they've made everything exactly the same. The cars are identical.
Well, that's the idea of stock cars, that you can race what you would get in a store, but they're all the same, or at least they're supposed to be the same.
Right, but when they were doing it on the beaches of Daytona, it was whoever can put together the baddest car out there and win. Yeah. Like, that's what I want to see. Give me the guy that says, you get out of my way, I'm going to build the car that will win. That's what I want to see.
So last week, I crushed my friend Chuck Oliver, he does a regional college football show, and he hosts Afternoon Drive.
Over on our sister station.
And I told him a universal truth that now is going to affect all of college football, and it's just the way it's going to be. All right, are you ready? Do you want the two?
Buckle up.
All right. Your first one is you need an organizer as a coach. I don't care about your game day X's and O's. They don't even matter anymore. And I need you to have a Lamborghini dealership relatively close to the university. Now, Jerry's smiling about that. Tug's going like, what are you talking about? Because the Lamborghini dealership in relative close proximity to
Roswell Road, by the way,
to the university shows how much economic prowess your community has. You can find one in Atlanta. You can find one close to Athens.
Motor Cars of Atlanta.
You can find one in Austin. You can find one in Columbus. You know where you don't find one? Tuscaloosa. And I've got a phone call as of 2 days ago, and this was the university asking me right there for money because
you're
hey,
a grad.
We need to kick this thing up. We're going to compete at this level.
Let me tell you, Saban's got that Ferrari dealership though. If Lambos aren't your thing,
yeah.
But the deal, and by the way, the only reason there's even accessible to those sort of cars is because of Nick Saban. If you don't have this stuff, you can't compete. And so college football is now going to be ruled by obviously Lamborghini dealership, how close it is, how much economics is going on, and do I have an organizer at coach? So I like the fact that NASCAR at least makes everything, or at least tries to keep everything the same, so that my racer and my team make the difference rather than am I close to a Lamborghini dealership, because that's now all that matters to college football.
Yeah,
that's it. That's all.
It's all the money. The money is going to probably taint the game that you know and love.
So enjoy the fact that stock car racing is built on the idea of today my machine and my driver are better than yours. Maybe next week yours is better, but today it's mine.
Did you know our buddy Ben Burnett was on a
pit crew team?
Did you know that?
When he told the story,
Ben Burnett show, you can hear.
I couldn't stop thinking about Talladega Nights, but yes, I was shocked.
Yes.
We need somebody to drive. Ben's like, I can drive.
No, he was just on the crew. I don't know what he did. He either changed the tire or poured the gas in something. I don't know which one he did. But he and a friend of his that is now a baseball coach over at the Augusta University, who was a player at the University of Tennessee, they were on Michael Waltrip's pit crew.
Hi, everybody.
I'm fit for that.
Michael Waltrip.
For Michael Waltrip, yes. And like... There's lots of stories there that I won't share. I'll let him share at some point.
Boy, this is 9 a.m. on a Thursday.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's like,
well, it's just not what you expect to get into, but you can't help it. It's good discussion, good conversation about things that we're fascinated by. Maybe you are too.
This is how we're winning so hard, that we can get into a NASCAR discussion and the idea of when the Masters is, and yet there are people like Chuck Schumer who are trying to tell you that things are completely like it's not as good as you think. Right. You stop smiling and laughing.
Well, let's let Chuck say it out loud, because then he had to eat his words about the Trump slump.
You can't undo the damage. The Trump slump is upon us now, and whatever he will try to do in the future does not undo the damage.
Uh-oh.
Oh, really? Hours later.
Stock market has the biggest day that it's had since the dot-com boom.
While inflation is crashing.
Egg prices, because that was such a thing. Gas prices.
Oil per barrel is down at a 4-year low. Like, everything's coming down. Energy being the most important one, because if we can have energy low, the price, the savings eventually gets passed along to the consumer. We talked about this being 9-12 months from now. It's entirely possible this happens quicker.
Absolutely right. And the crazy thing is, because gas prices are falling so quickly, now the concern is, are the American gas producers going to want to invest in the drill, baby drill, because they're concerned about not being able to make enough money because gas prices have fallen so low. I mean, that's a dadgum good problem to have.
$60 a barrel as of now. This would be the time, because remember, the Strategic Oil Reserve was raided by Joe Biden during the summer in the interest of trying to create low fuel prices so that he could win re-election.
Yep, for the election.
He wasn't aware that there'd be a coup and they'd get rid of him. Didn't see that one coming.
You're not commie enough. You've got to go.
Decided to sell those barrels. Now legally we have to restock them. And it's always nice to restock them when it's a lower price.
Yeah. And Chuck, eating his words, trying to figure out a way to spin out of that one. And nobody's going to ask him about it. Nobody in the mainstream media is going to be brave enough to ask him about it. But you've heard it. You know what he is. You know what he stands for and what he represents.
He's not going to be able to fix this damage he's caused.
Yeah, it's too detrimental.
It's damage to you, Chuck.
Too far gone. The tariffs were always a negotiation. We told you that for weeks and weeks and weeks. Probably didn't hear it a lot of other places. This is the Morning Extra, Extra 106.3 Tug and Los until 10, 9 o'clock hours, brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since 1999. Windows, doors, siding, roofing, gutters, millwork. They do it all. 0% financing for 12 months or 10% off any job that you do, no matter how big the job. 8779 Southern, southernexteriors.co.
Extra 106.3 app is your live connection to the station, streaming free across Georgia. But it's also loaded with all our original shows and podcasts. Listen to exclusive shows from Janelle King, Ben Burnett, and so many more. Grab the Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
Hey, Atlanta, it's Front Office Los. Let's talk about True Prep over on Cobb Parkway. Your one-stop shop for emergency preparedness, for supplies, the things you need to do to just be prepared if you find yourself in an emergency situation. We all dealt with Snowmageddon. Hopefully you were able to knock that thing out and have maybe power in 3 or 4 days. If you didn't, you recognize about how ready you have to be for any kind of crazy sort of event. That is why True Prep has freeze-dried food, water filtration, first aid, and more. Also, one of the things that sets True Prep that makes them different from everybody else out there, they have events and workshops where you can go over to True Prep, spend some time, look at the supplies, and then get better at some of the stuff they have. Like coming up a little bit later this month, intro to water filtration and storage. How do you prepare just in case you have a scenario? There's nothing worse than when you have to deal with all right, we had an issue, and now we got to boil our water for the next week. Wouldn't you prepare? Wouldn't you rather have water ready to go? That is where True Prep comes into play. All right, what can you do? Well, you can just head on over to Marietta right there off Cobb Parkway, or you can go online, trueprep.com. That's TRUprep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow at True Prep.
If you're the decision maker at your company, we have great news for you, for your HR department, and for your employees. A new and future-forward way to do health benefits is here from Thatch. Not only do your employees get better health benefits with Thatch, but you save an average of $1,620 per employee per year. That's right. You can save over $1,600 per employee per year. Plus, Thatch reduces the time your HR department spends administering benefits. Businesses all over the country love Thatch's breakthrough approach. Rather than a wasteful one-size-fits-all plan, Thatch empowers your employees by letting them customize their own benefits plans. And you save money and time while providing your employees with better health benefits, which works better for everyone. Book a demo with Thatch and we'll send you a $100 gift card. Visit thatch.ai/radio to book a demo for your gift card. That's THATCH.ai/radio. Thatch.ai/radio.
You know the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about our family's company all the time right here on the station. For over 30 years, we've been the local lender who said yes when the big banks say no. A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and see if our First Liberty notes are right for you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com. That's FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. SEC accredited investor status must be verified. Securities not offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
At Nelson Elder Care Law, we understand that family's everything. That's why we prioritize your family's future with personalized asset protection solutions. Call us today to schedule your legacy planning meeting and discover how our team can tailor our services to meet your family's unique needs, ensuring a secure and worry-free future. NelsonElderCareLaw.com.
Hey, this is Matt from East Cobb. We basically bought our house from our in-laws. It was my wife's childhood home. One of the issues that we've had when we first moved in was our dog in our backyard. It was extremely shaded, could never grow grass back there. We resodded it twice. So ATL Turf Co. did an amazing job with our backyard transformation. They basically created a miniature golf hole. We have a miniature fairway. We also have a miniature little putting green. Consists of about 4 holes, total about 40 yards, so you can definitely work on your short game and your putting. After that transformation that ATL Turf Co. did for us, my father-in-law came and saw his house the way it looked after the fact of we had a putting green and a miniature golf course. Sure enough, he did the same thing with ATL Turf Co. He has a beautiful backyard, wonderful stonework, drainage, and a beautiful practice area for chipping and putting. Check them out online at atlturfco.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your headlines for Thursday, April 10th. Cobb County schools are launching a new pilot program bringing virtual reality into classrooms. Teachers say it's a game changer for history and science lessons. Students at Marietta Middle School were the first to test the VR headsets, diving into interactive lessons on space exploration and Civil War history. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene announced a town hall event next week in Cobb County. Those wanting to attend the April 15th event must register online to find out the location. The first round of the 89th Masters Golf Tournament at Augusta National begins today. Scotty Scheffler looks to defend his title. Today's weather, a cold start this morning in the high 40s. Storms move in this afternoon with a possibility of hail and tornadoes. Scattered showers continue into Friday morning. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne.
Tug and Los until 10, 9 o'clock hours brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since 1999. SouthernExteriors.co is their website, SouthernExteriors.co. 10% off any job, no matter how big the job, windows, doors, siding, gutters, roofing, millworks, and all they do on the outside of your home to make it look great. Or 8779-SOUTHERN, you can reach them out reach out to them that way as well. We've told you over and over and over and over and over and over and over that the tariffs were a negotiation tactic. That's what Donald Trump does. He negotiates to get the best deal. That's what he's always done. And he's talked about it from 1988, as early as I remember hearing and seeing it on the Oprah Winfrey Show. 1995, he talked about it. He's talked about it so much that it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. And then more than that, Los, he campaigned on it.
If I went home and she told me, from now until the end of our marriage, I'm not making dinner, I'd be like, what do you mean?
Hang on.
Like, hold on a second.
Let's talk. Let's negotiate this.
I thought I do all the driving and I get the kids to places and you just take care of that. And then, that's
the trade-off.
It's a trade-off, right? This would be causing a renegotiation of terms in my house.
Yes,
all right, now this is dinner. This isn't billions of dollars. Right. This was always a negotiation. This was always, we are not going to have the status quo anymore. So what we're going to do is, I'm going to show you the dinner bell, and if you would like dinner, then we're going to ring this thing differently. And that's all that's happened here. It's a negotiation. If your wife did it to you the same, Tug, I want this new car, and if I don't get it, this is what I'm going to do. You're going to go, oh, okay.
Let's talk about it.
What's the trade-off here?
Could we not find a used model? Could we not come up with a different, maybe it's something that's not quite as expensive?
If she was to say, Tug, unless you get me this new car, I'm going to keep standing over our bed at night with a knife.
Yes, we'll go ahead and buy you a new car because I'm going to have to call the police otherwise.
Now, that's an extreme. It's a total joking extreme. But all Donald Trump did was say, we ain't doing dinner the same way.
But that's the thing.
I'm not making you dinner anymore.
Even with the new car analogy, I would still try to negotiate.
Right. It's still a negotiation.
Do we have to get a brand new one? It's the worst investment you can possibly make, a brand new car.
Donald Trump's response to all of this has been, you're going to taste the tariffs for a week, and then we'll see what's going to happen. If, again, the only thing the other side has been able to come up with is, well, look what happened in the bond market. Here's how they had to peel it back. So he accidentally, with tariffs, because we'll call it an accident. I'll always start with okay, let's all just say Donald Trump's a buffoon. So a buffoon managed to reset the entire global marketplace, had the stock market shoot up higher than it ever has since the dot-com boom. We're talking about a 20-year jump in the market as far as how much it exploded, has run inflation down to nearly nothing at 1% or less, has brought fuel price per barrel at $60 or less, and he did this all because he didn't have a plan out of an accident.
That does not happen. There's nothing in life that happens.
I'll go with you on buffoon, but then I'm going to tell you, this is how dumb your leaders are, that this guy got this thing done so far in 70 days.
And all you can say is he backed into it and it accidentally happened.
Well, he had to back out of it because of the bond market being sold. Look what has happened. I can't wait for today. What's going to be the victory today? Today we're supposed to have an announcement as to what Doge has found on some other ridiculous type of spending
that they've been teasing basically for several days. Yeah, who knows what that's going to be. But that'll be, and it's funny because I think they're smart enough to strategically lay these out. That way they can control the news narrative too, right? They can control what people are talking about on TV. They've been able to, because they've run so fast out of the gate in the first few months of the Trump administration, they're doing so much so quickly that the news media can't keep up.
No.
Twitter can keep up. X can keep up because you can post about it as it's happening in real time. MSNBC can't. Fox News can't. Nobody can keep up with that because by the time you put your show together for 8 o'clock tonight, let's say it's Jesse Waters or whomever's on MSNBC at 8 o'clock. By the time they've laid out the show and put it together, there's already been 5 more things that have happened.
Chuck Schumer, the minority leader in the Senate, was caught with his pants down talking about this Trump slump and all before the markets exploded. So he started off the morning by I'm going to grandstand on this. I'm going to set the tone. This is what occurred. How much egg on your face does it look like? This being from the guy who would have thought after the whole Corona and avocado fiasco to not get out there and try and tell you about what's going to happen to the marketplace with these tariffs. It's a bad idea. It's a bad look.
Also, the guy that put a frozen hamburger patty on a grill with some cheese on top and tried to convince you that he was out there grilling.
I'm just out here grilling.
Yeah.
Oh, you are? So everyone puts cheese on a raw burger?
Frozen raw burger.
Who doesn't know what they're doing? Common guy?
Yeah, Mr. Everyday Man.
I'm just out here taking care of these burgers. But like Doge, I'll give you an example. So this was from last night. Doge has now moved on to unemployment. Remember, we've already seen all the craziness going on at Social Security. And that's when the left tried to fight. You're going to touch your Social Security. Unless you're 125, no. Once you're 130, it looks like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, probably going to have to pull it.
We had somebody who was as old as the Constitution. They decided this looks fraudulent. They're over 200 years old. I wasn't aware that we were going to have humans that were going to go this long.
That's only in biblical times.
How about this? They found 28,000 people drawing on uninsurance claims since 2020 that were between 1 and 5 years old.
So you say unemployment insurance?
Unemployment insurance claims. Yeah. So they've been drawing
between 1 and 5 getting checks for being unemployed. How many 1-year-olds do you know that are employed?
You know how much money there was associated with that? $254 million.
Where did that end up actually? Because that's fraudulent. Everybody knows it's fraudulent. That's why Doge has found it. Wonder where it ended up. Wonder whose pocket it ended up in. Because it didn't just disappear.
Doge also found that there's someone with a birthday who has now been able to claim $41,000 in unemployment insurance. Their birth date is actually listed as 2154.
Hang on.
So this is a time traveler who has come back in time and lost their job.
They were born in 2154.
Yes, sir. And they've so far been able to bilk the American taxpayer out of $41,000. How about there was nearly 25,000 people over the age of 115 who have now been able to claim $59 million in benefits.
Let's go back to 2154 for just a second.
These are the sort of things that are happening that's going on. Yeah, great Scott.
Because the left is going to say, well, that's just a clerical error. That's all it is. Okay. How about get it right? That way we know if that's fraudulent or not.
Maybe they were born in 2054.
Wait a minute. No, that's still too much.
Maybe they were born in 1954.
Seems like a big...
Seems like if they were born in 1954, they're outside of the working age group.
My thing is, even if it is a clerical error, why wouldn't we want it cleaned up?
Why wouldn't
you get it fixed? And that's what Doge is doing. And yet they still rattle the cages as if that Elon Musk is still trying to steal people's Social Security checks. The checks are already been stolen. We don't need anybody else to steal them. He's trying to stop from the theft.
Now, here's a good piece of news. As Speaker Johnson has pointed out that the House has votes to advance the budget resolution. So we're trying to get some of this stuff to actually become law.
Which is imperative because if you lose,
lose down the road, this can be reversed.
That's exactly right. We need it to be codified.
We need this to be codified into law that these cuts, this amount of spending, we get the chance for the moonshot. If Donald Trump, if Art of the Deal has taught you anything, if you've read it, or at least if you've done just a general overview, it's swing for the fences all the time. Like, what is the best deal that we can possibly get? That's what we go for first. If you take a lesser deal, you take a lesser deal, but you swing for the fences every time.
You always start with a big number.
Always start at the top.
And work backwards because you can't go the other way.
No, you can't. Trust me. I've done that around this office before. Here, I'll take this. Oh, you will? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Oh, man. Did I shoot myself in the foot? I should have shot high.
Frustration.
Because you can never go. Even on like online yard sale, your Facebook marketplace.
I'll take 200 for it.
Yes.
How about 250? No,
you can't go that way. It just doesn't work
that way.
It never works that way. No, it's exactly right.
But this is the art of the deal. This is the negotiation. It's always been a negotiation. And what I would advise for everyone out there, take your time with this stuff, because there's going to be stuff that you're going to say around the water cooler on a Thursday that by Thursday evening is going to be like, oh, did I really just did I really die on that hill?
Yes.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
The only people that are not getting the negotiation benefit is the Chinese, and it's because they're our number one enemy. We've talked about this so many times. That's why their tariff sits at 125%. Kevin O'Leary said it should be 400%, and I agree with him. It should be. Use every bit of leverage you have on your biggest enemy. Did you know that back in 2012, Barack Obama, man, he was talking tough about the Chinese.
We're bringing a new trade case against China. This case involves something called rare earth materials, which are used by American manufacturers to make high-tech products like advanced batteries that power everything from hybrid cars to cell phones. We want our companies building those products right here in America. But to do that, American manufacturers need to have access to rare earth materials, which China supplies. Now, if China would simply let the market work on its own, we'd have no objections. But their policies currently are preventing that from happening.
Long time ago, people voted for Barack Obama. And he said the right things a lot of times. Very charismatic. They voted for him and got nothing. Fast forward to 2025. More people voted for Donald Trump than had ever voted for a Republican. And I mean, he won in a landslide, and there's no arguing it. The difference is Donald Trump said he was going to do the same things that Barack Obama said, except he actually did them. That's what's blowing people's mind. Politicians don't do what they say they're going to do. They're politicians. They create problems and then try to solve them to stay in power. Donald Trump's not a politician. He doesn't need the money. He's doing this because I do believe, this is my opinion, I do believe he's doing this because he loves the country. That's the one thing, no matter when I disagree with him, and there's occasions that I do. I think he does it because he loves the country. But people voted for it and got it. And they're getting it right now.
It's been nearly 3 years, and I only remember this because it one of those things that kind of sits in your brain where you go, really? Like, is that really how it went? And then you kind of see how how all the math works out, and you go, okay, maybe that was right. There was a guest that Tucker Carlson had on. I had to look it up. It was like December of like 2024. So, we're talking like, going a year and a half now. And the person talked about how for 3 years during the start of the Barack Obama administration, that the people that had backed him, namely the banks, remember, the first bailout was to bail out the banks, rescue the banks. They picked his cabinet. They told him what he was going to do. And you went, no, I mean, this is what it is. He didn't do that. Well, that's not unlike what happened with Donald Trump during his first of here's your list. Here's what you're told. I think that was pretty typical of just how it went. But
the bureaucracy doing it.
In this case, it was Barack Obama and the banks, and recognizing that, yes, while he's talking a good game, those around him were never going to allow him to implement any of this stuff. So you basically had these people that know what the problem has been for 20, 25 years. And Donald Trump's the first one to finally say, I'm not connected to you in any way. I'll take care of it.
I've had it. I've had enough. I've heard it over and over and over again.
You've all talked about it, but you won't do anything about it.
Because you don't have the cards. That's his catchphrase at this point. They don't have the cards. And Donald Trump does. He does have the cards. Elon Musk has the cards. And now they're doing exactly what they said they were going to do, and America will be better for it.
I appreciated when you told Janelle, when she was subbing in on Monday and Tuesday, where you talked about how I've said this about America. We'll deal with dumb government. We'll deal with bad government. We will not deal with government where we go, y'all are dirty. Y'all are nasty. Y'all are filthy. You are looking to bilk us. That is what the big difference has been when you have a Donald Trump and an Elon Musk. There's no... How do you bribe the richest man in the world?
It's impossible. It just doesn't happen.
It just doesn't happen.
What could you possibly give him that he couldn't get on his own?
Right. What? I've got a whole harem of baby mamas. Okay, maybe a little bit of interest there.
Maybe.
You're not getting anything out of it.
Yeah, that's right.
How do you go after Donald Trump? You can't.
They're just
independently wealthy.
They don't need you. They don't need you. That's why they're doing it out of genuine love of the country, I believe. I really believe it. Call me a fool if you'd like. Dave Portnoy, he started doing dances after Donald Trump told him to invest in the stock market, and he did. Next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. These are your sports headlines for Thursday, April 10th. The Atlanta Braves dropped the second game of their series with the Philadelphia Phillies last night, 4-3. Game 3 will be this evening. Spencer Schwellenbach will be on the mound for the Braves. He'll be opposed by Jesus Luzardo. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear that game on our sister stations app, 680 The Fan. The opening round of the Masters begins today from Augusta. Defending champ Scottie Scheffler will tee off in the 10 a.m. hour. And the Atlanta Hawks are in Brooklyn tonight to take on the Nets. The Hawks are a double-digit betting favorite in that game. Tip-off is set for 7:30. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Central Heating and Air Conditioning wants you to know the start of the new season is the perfect time to ensure your home's comfort. Don't wait like most people do to have your HVAC system serviced. Your home should have maintenance twice a year. Maintenance helps keep your system running at peak efficiency and extends the life of your equipment. So turn to Atlanta's Carrier experts for your system's maintenance. With Central, you get Carrier products, Carrier warranty, and Carrier peace of mind. It's allergy season, and Central Heating and Air can fix what ails your house and possibly your family with home ventilation and air quality products. Central has packages designed around health using variable speed, fresh air ventilation, air cleaners, air purifiers, dehumidifiers, and more. Central Heating and Air is one of the few second-generation, locally owned and operated HVAC companies in Atlanta. With Central, you're not just a number, you're a member of the family. It's been that way since 1947, and they've serviced over 100,000 customers right here in Atlanta. Call 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
Calling all contractors. Stovall & Company Wholesale Landscape Supply is here for you.
We've been family owned and operated for more than 75 years, and we just opened our 11th location in Canton, Georgia.
We are proud to provide all your wholesale irrigation, nursery, and landscape supply needs.
We are partnered with Keystone Hardscape to offer a wide variety of products to enhance any outdoor living space.
Here at Stovall, we have it all. Check us out at stovallinc.com or visit any of our convenient locations throughout North Georgia.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 3 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffers from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. We provide testosterone replacement therapy, the P shot, and treatment for ED, PE, and Peyronie's disease. There's not just one therapy that can solve these complex issues. When you visit our clinic, you're going to see me. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. 404-777-1911. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. 404-777-1911. Online at tbtofga.com.
Are you the type of consumer that likes to do your research before you choose a company? Well, then you need to join Dan Watkins, Chris Lolamy, and myself, Jim Niarchos, every Saturday morning at 9 for the All Four Seasons Home Show. We only vet local businesses with a proven history of integrity, competence, and solid customer service. The All Four Seasons Home Show helps you make a good consumer decision, save money, and not get ripped off. You can also follow our podcasts on Apple, Google, and Spotify. The All Four Seasons Home Show, Saturday mornings at 9, right here on Extra 106.3.
Are you seeing your dog slow down or having health issues and wonder, how can I make him feel better? That's where we are with Uno, and it just breaks our hearts. But the solution is actually pretty easy. Add Rough Greens to your dog's food for 90 days, and you'll see changes that will really amaze you. Rough Greens wants to invite you to give your dog the Rough Greens 90-day challenge. In the first 30 days, this is what you're going to see: a shinier coat and increased energy. By day 60, your dog's going to have a stronger immune system, less shedding, and improved joint function, all due to the live nutrients that you've added to their diet. And at 90 days, better digestion, reduced inflammation, improved heart health, and you might even have reduced their cancer risk. Fetch a free Jumpstart trial bag for your dog today. Go to roughgreens.com. Use the promo code BECK. That's RUFFgreens.com, promo code BECK, and you just cover the shipping. You don't have to change your dog's food to improve your dog's health. Just add a scoop of Rough Greens.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home. Tara tweets about a man suffering from persistent genital arousal disorder. Here are some of the thoughtful and compassionate responses. Put him in a room with the ladies from The View. That'll cure it. All kidding aside, that must be hard. Let's see. It's hard, but he's beating it. No, wait a minute.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Tug and Los on the Morning Extra, Extra 106.3.
What wonderful things you find.
Well, yeah, it's crazy when they just pop up and you're like, oh my gosh, that's wonderful.
If it's not cat videos.
Yes, which I do love.
You do love that. What did I tell you the other day? You did something, I said it was perfect.
Yes, that's
cat
right.
Video guy.
I was sitting on the couch, we were watching the Braves game either last night or the night before, and I was just sitting giggling to myself, and my wife just looks over and she's like, are you watching a cat video? Like, yes, I am. Yes, I am. And it was hysterical. I've not I call them cat videos. I don't limit them. It's animal videos, really. When animals do funny things, it makes me laugh. There was a dude and this was more of a heartwarming one, but there was a dude, because I love sloths. They're my spirit animal. This dude was driving down the road. He stops traffic because wherever he was, there was a sloth just sitting in the middle of the road, and it was going to take a minute for him to get across the road. So he, grabs a blanket or a towel out of his car because he had parked it, and he picks it up and he, moved the sloth onto the other side of the road and out of the, into the woods, and the sloth was okay. But I showed it to Laura. I was like, look at this, how sweet this is. This man taking the time to save this little sloth. Anytime. I can watch animal videos all the time.
Is that the one where the sloth then waves to him afterwards?
I think so, yes. Yeah, and it's like he just throws up his little slow arm.
Gives him a little thank you.
Thanks for moving me out of the street.
Save that. We're going to need that at some point. So we talk to Slow Tug when Tug needs help. So I have not been able to find it again. It was on Instagram. I can't seem to track it down. There's a video of gorillas and chimpanzees, and it just says boys' night out, and it has them all drinking and smoking. And that one cracks me up for some reason, like how wild they're going. I'm like, oh, this is a great video. In fact, I saved one of the images and I will randomly send it to my friend. I'll be like, hey, we getting after it this weekend?
Yeah.
You know, just send him a boys' night out video of one of the apes
smoking and drinking. I know it's awful. I get that it's awful, and I just did a quick search on X to see if I could find the smoking and drinking boys' night. I can't. But anyway, it is so funny to watch a chimpanzee smoke.
Those little tourist trap ones you see in other countries where they jump up on your shoulder, pick your nose, smoke a cigarette.
Yeah.
This is the one that cracks me up. It's when it's pointing at both its eyes like, ah! Like, that cracks me up. It just says, me and the boys on a night out.
Dude, I love it. I'm telling you, animal videos just make me laugh so hard.
Ape together strong.
There's just nothing better. I want to play the song for you real quick.
Oh, I love this.
And it was just something we found in the break. So it's basically Trump talking about all the company or countries rather that have come to the negotiating table.
And now, the nations of the world, brought to you by Donald Trump. United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru, Republic, Dominican, Cuba, Caribbean, Greenland, El Salvador, 2, Puerto Rico, Colombia, Venezuela, Honduras, Guyana, and still Guatemala, Bolivia, then Argentina, and Ecuador, Chile, Brazil, Costa Rica, Belize, Nicaragua, Bermuda, Bahamas, Tobacco, San Juan, Paraguay, Uruguay, Suriname, and French Guiana, Barbados, and Guam.
This is Animaniacs.
Yes.
Norway and Sweden,
Yes.
Iceland and Finland and Germany. Now in one piece, Switzerland, Austria, Czechoslovakia, Italy, Turkey and Greece, Poland, Romania, Scotland, Albania, Ireland, Russia, Oman, Bulgaria, Saudi Arabia, Hungary, Cyprus, Iraq and Iran. There, Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Jordan, both Yemen, Kuwait, and Bahrain. The Netherlands, Luxembourg, Belgium, and Portugal, France, England, Denmark, and Spain.
That is so well done.
I don't know why it's
India,
so funny.
Pakistan, Burma, Afghanistan, Thailand, Nepal, and Bhutan, Kampuchea, Malaysia, then Bangladesh, Asia, and China, Korea, Japan, Mongolia, Laos, and Tibet, Indonesia, the Philippine Islands, Taiwan, Sri Lanka, New Guinea, Sumatra, New Zealand, then Borneo, and Vietnam, Tunisia, Morocco, Uganda, Angola, Zimbabwe, Djibouti, Botswana, Mozambique, Zambia, Swaziland, Gambia, Guinea, Algeria, Ghana.
How long do you think it took to get the names of...
Lesotho and Malawi.
Here we go.
The Spanish Sahara is gone. Nigeria, Chad, Liberia, Egypt, Benin, and Gabon, Tanzania, Somalia, Kenya, and Mali, Sierra Leone, and Algeria, Dahomey, Namibia, Senegal, Libya, Cameroon, Congo, Zaire, Ethiopia, Guinea, Bissau, Madagascar, Rwanda, Majorca, and Cayman, Hong Kong, Abu Dhabi, Qatar, Yugoslavia, Great Mauritania, Pennsylvania, Monaco, Liechtenstein, Malta, and Palestine, Fiji, Australia, Sudan.
It says the tariff tone, but it's almost like he named every country on the face of the earth.
That's incredible. That is individual cuts.
Right. How long would it have taken to make that?
First off,
because they have the video and the audio. I mean, if you watch it, it's you can see the jump cuts.
First off, just to be able, like, I don't know how, I know how I would do it. It would take weeks.
Yeah.
Is it AI? Do you think it could be AI? It's almost too good to be AI.
Yeah.
It's so good. But okay, I've used AI to create different, like for instance, every now and then we've had some of the fun Neil Bortz promos.
Yeah.
Where Neil Bortz admits to like the craziest things. Okay, that's AI and it makes it sound like Neil. This is clearly individual cuts.
Of him actually saying the names of countries around the world.
Because you can actually hear it where it's like he's standing like outside of Marine One, and you can hear the helicopter.
That's right.
Like that's incredible.
But then, and Grease 2, like
and some of it's extended, or at least
you had to get him saying it like that.
Right.
I'm sure he said Grease a million times, but to get him to say it like that,
to get the right version of him saying Grease.
Yeah, well, it didn't sound auto-tuned.
No,
it didn't.
No, that's wow. Somebody did some work there. Like that's awesome.
Yeah, it's really, really good.
Knowing how difficult it is to do that. Because you can take this. If you asked me to do it, I would do it. I would have it done by AI. I would auto-tune it, and then it would sound like he's singing that song. That is individual cuts from different videos. That's impressive. Crazy.
Yeah, this is good. It just and all the post says is hats off to whoever made this. Must have taken forever.
Yeah.
And then they all fist bump. This is the truth. We need to work that into a promo somewhere too, because it's just that good.
What is it listed as?
The Trump tariffs song, or Trump's tariff singular song. But it doesn't appear that that's what he's actually doing. So I don't know if whoever found it shared it and just thought that's what it was. Sometimes there's an error. But yeah, that's you're looking at it. It's like
those are individual videos. Hats off to whoever made this.
Yeah, it's impressive. And then it goes and it pulls each clip of him actually saying it.
Yeah, Benny Johnson, this deserves an award. It does.
Yeah, no question.
Nobody beats the internet.
No, that's exactly. The internet is undefeated. And the funniest thing that you'll ever see and hear, all the best stuff is there, including the cat videos that I love so much.
Now we just gave everyone that song.
Yeah.
It's going to be stuck in your head all day long. You're going to be looking around for it.
Fast forward and just get to the very first, verse when he just starts going through the first countries because it's so impressive.
Oh, wow. It's just... I thought it was going to be 15, 20 seconds worth of... It's the entire song.
Yeah, it's almost like minute and 30 seconds.
It's all 2 minutes.
United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru, Republic, Dominican, Cuba, Caribbean, Greenland, El Salvador, 2, Puerto Rico, Colombia.
El Salvador, 2. Then they pulled it. Dude, just the that and the creativity, too. Give the people, whoever put that together, give them the credit for being incredibly creative, just to even think to do it.
Tariff song.
The Tariff song.
I did have an idea for a bit I wanted to execute, but I'm not sure if I can get it done today. I was thinking...
Well, maybe next week.
Well, what if we were to put a hidden mic over where Kimmer goes to the dentist?
Oh, wow.
And see what he says.
Dr. Dina Giesler.
Right, and see what he says, the sort of stuff he talks about when he's under the
gas.
Yeah.
Find out the name of the doggy.
That's right.
Sitting on his lap.
That's right.
I think we might be able to get this done. I got to see. We've got some work to do in the afternoon, but we might be able to see if we can get some secret audio.
Do you know how much fun that would be on a Friday if you could pull it off? If not, we'll start a Monday.
I'm going to have to go ask them.
Dr. Giesler, we'll have to give her a call. We'll have to pull up the ad because he gives the number in there a few times. And he says she's terrific. Former Navy Navy dentist. God bless her. Thank you for your service, man.
That's right. Thank you.
All right. Well, there you go. Lots of laughs, lots of info, and lots of winning continues with the Glenn Beck program next. After that, Clay and Buck, and then the local afternoon show with the Kimmer. Pete and Flounder, the Kimmer Show only on Extra 106.3. Keep in touch on social media, on the phones, 404-741-1230 throughout the day. And for Los and Dre, I'm Tug. Y'all come back now, you hear?
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's a Kimmer. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Let me remind you, this whole thing about portraying conservatives as fascists started with the Communist Party USA memo in 1943. Call conservatives fascists. One thing these leftists are good at, taking orders.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.